The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
Donald Trump cannot win a general election. We can make him the primary nominee if we want to, but we Republicans will lose come November.
I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud political dissident. I am a dissident.
He's gotten more unstable and unhinged. He spends more time in courtrooms than he does on the campaign trail. And everything is about him.
In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
Millions of voters in 15 states weigh in today on whether Donald Trump or Nikki Haley should be Republicans' nominee for president. And even though Joe Biden is the incumbent, Democratic primaries are also happening across the country. This is the biggest and potentially the most consequential night of the 2024 primary season. Welcome to live coverage of Super Tuesday from the newsroom of The Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. At stake, of course, who should face off for the White House in 2024. Donald Trump is expected to dominate, but we'll watch how those numbers measure up to expectations. And even though Haley is coming off a win in D.C.'s primary over the weekend, it was her only one so far, and tonight could be her last stand. There are also contentious races for House and Senate seats and state offices. Joining me now and throughout the night, senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin, senior video journalist J.M. Rieger, and James Hohman, bringing us live results from our Election Insights team. Rhonda, let's start here. Trump has really sailed through these Republican contests. So what is at stake tonight?
What's at stake is the future of the Haley campaign. This is going to be a decisive night. We know from her campaign for the last few weeks, she has said she has not made any decisions past tonight. We even know from her calendar that she hasn't booked a lot of appearances after tonight. So a lot hinges on whether or not she will gain any momentum tonight. I think also what's at stake and really important to think about in terms of tonight is that a lot of Republican voters who have either voted for her or will vote in some of the other states after tonight, who they're going to have as a nominee. Some Republican voters did not want Donald Trump to be the nominee, but he may get enough of the math tonight to sail into that nomination. And then also I would say what's at stake tonight, and you of course alluded to it, it's a big night for congressional races. Right now we're going to see, there are about over 100 congressional seats that are being primary tonight. So we're going to start seeing what the power balance might be, especially in the House of Representatives, and that will begin tonight.
Well, James Hohman is leading our Election Insights team in the Washington Post newsroom. So James, what are you focused on tonight?
854 delegates up for grabs for the Republicans. That's more than a third of the total available delegates. Donald Trump needs 1,200 delegates to clinch the nomination. Even if he runs the table tonight, he's not going to be able to do it. But Nikki Haley has some real opportunities to win some states. At 7 o'clock, just as we came on the air, polls closed in Vermont and Virginia. Polls are going to be closing in the next half hour in North Carolina. There are some opportunities, Minnesota, Colorado, even Alaska, Maine, where Haley could pick up delegates. But at a certain point, she's getting to start winning more races than just Washington, D.C. So we're eagerly awaiting returns.
Let's go to J.M. Rieger here in the newsroom with us. J.M., what is the big question for you tonight?
The big question is what momentum Nikki Haley has after tonight, Libby. There's a chance that by the time we get to the end of the night tonight, that Trump will have functionally locked up the nomination for the Republican Party, this before any of his criminal trials have begun. And there's a chance that, you know, Nikki Haley, just from a math standpoint, might be so far behind from Donald Trump that there's really nowhere for her to turn, as Rhonda and James have alluded to. And the real drama in some ways, Libby, in that scenario may be those down ballot races, both at the statewide and the federal level, That's what I'll really be watching for tonight.
Well, let's go down to South Carolina, where Jorge Ribas is reporting from. Now, Jorge followed Nikki Haley down to Charleston, hoping to catch the candidate and her supporters at a watch party. But Jorge, you are like all alone in beautiful Charleston. What happened?
That's right, Libby. We came down to Charleston. We knew she was going to be down here. And obviously, we're not at a Nikki Haley event. We're at the waterfront in downtown Charleston. It's very lovely, but it's not a Nikki Haley event. And this is interesting because as I followed her in her campaign, she had been very good, her campaign, about putting events on their calendar, especially in light, as these primaries come up. We were at the last one. Our team was down here in South Carolina. We were in New Hampshire for the primary there. They had events scheduled, and still we waited for the email that would come to let us know where we should be. It never came, and we ended up being here as she's having no public events. And it's interesting and sort of telling that she's not having something at one of the 15 states that's voting tonight. There's states that she could do well in. She may not win, but she would do well in a state like Virginia, a state like Vermont. She campaigned heavily in Virginia just last week. She was in Texas yesterday. She did not pick one of those states to be in. She also didn't pick a state that maybe she didn't want to be in, a state where she was going to lose tonight. Maybe look ahead on the calendar, who was coming up, where she could be. Georgia, Louisiana, she didn't pick one of those states either. Instead, she chose to go to her home state, South Carolina, where she lost just 11 days ago, and is not having public events, which is why we're here at this park right now. It's also worth noting that she said this weekend in interviews that she is going to stay in the race as long as it's competitive. But as I'm standing here, it's really hard to see how competitive she can be moving forward.
Yeah, you've been going to Haley events and campaign rallies, Jorge. You've gotten a sense of what both the candidate's mood is, but also what her supporters' moods are. How have supporters talked to you about their candidate, even as these losses pile up?
Right. I mean, what's interesting is that her events, despite her losing, have been pretty jovial. I mean, there's music. I remember in New Hampshire, I could barely hear you talk to me. The music was so loud. There was a lot of people. They were cheering her on. Just in Richmond on Thursday, it did not feel like a sad sort of like campaign on its last legs. Their supporters wanted her to keep going, wanted her to keep fighting for them, for their voice that she wanted. There was no talk of, really, when I asked them, like, should she give up? Should she stop? No one said that they should, even as these losses piled up. But again, I mean, standing here tonight, it just feels very telling to me that we're not at a Nikki Haley event tonight, either, at another state that's voting or even here in South Carolina. I talked to some of the supporters here, people with the Women for Nikki group, and they said they weren't holding anything here. We went around to restaurants and bars, and a lot of people, for them, the primary season is over. They're not thinking about it right now. We had people tell our colleagues, we're out about talking to folks today, that, they were kind of over it. They'd gotten a million texts from Nikki Haley. They didn't want to get any more. So, I mean, that's kind of why we ended up here at the location we're at tonight.
Yeah, South Carolina already voted, so they're relieved. The texts are probably wrapping up, and they're on to other things in their life. Thank you so much, Jorge. We'll keep talking to you tonight. Well, they call this Super Tuesday for a reason. 865 Republican delegates are up for grabs, with voting either going on or wrapping up in 15 states. So, James, walk us through which states are really key tonight.
It is really about delegates at this point. And a lot of states have changed their rules on the Republican side in the last few years, largely at the urging of the Trump campaign, to become winner take all. California is the most notable among them. Even though it's a blue state, it is the biggest prize in the Republican primaries, slightly bigger than Texas, which is also voting. California has 169 delegates. Whoever gets more than 50% of the vote in California gets all of them. In a two-way race, that means that the person who wins is going to get 169 delegates. That is likely to be Donald Trump. The polls don't close there until 11. It takes them a while to count the ballots, but it is a reflection compared to 8 years ago when each of the state's 54 congressional districts awarded 3 delegates based on who won the individual congressional district. In 2016, Trump won 10 of the 14 Super Tuesday states, but he didn't get over 50% in any of them. He did carry California, but remember, Ted Cruz was in the race back then, and he was from Texas and did quite well in the South. Marco Rubio won Minnesota, and then Trump actually fared fairly well in the Northeast in New England, but winning with pluralities, not majorities. So tonight, Nikki Haley spent the weekend campaigning in the Northeast. She got the endorsement of Susan Collins, the Republican senator from Maine, and Lisa Murkowski, the Republican senator from Alaska. Haley is down in South Carolina tonight, obviously. Demographically, North Carolina and Virginia should be somewhat favorable states, high percentage of college-educated voters, a lot of sort of Nikki Haley Republicans, and importantly in Virginia, an open primary. Texas also has an open primary, the second biggest prize of the night, but it's a lot harder to crack. Nikki Haley could end up, getting 35, 40%, but Trump would end up with an overwhelming share of delegates. It's quite different than the Democratic primary, where all of their contests are proportional, and so it's harder for someone to run up the score. That's why whoever has won the most primaries on Super Tuesday in the Republican contest, going back until the 70s when this became a tradition, has gone on to win the nomination. There's lots of stories of John McCain losing to George W. Bush on Super Tuesday in 2000, but coming back and basically securing the nomination on Super Tuesday in 2008. Same thing with Mitt Romney losing in 2008, but then winning in 2012. So if Trump does manage to run the table, it is very much his race to lose.
It was so clear, James. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Rich Matthews now, who's live at Donald Trump's watch party at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. So, Rich, describe where you are and tell us about the mood there right now.
Well, Libby, we're in a ballroom here, and the mood is certainly excited. There's anticipation. Folks are already filing in. In fact, the room is filling up quickly. And I was listening to Jorge talk. I'm a little jealous because it's loud in here already, and that's one of the hard parts of covering these events. But folks here certainly hoping, expecting to see a convincing win tonight and then hear from Donald Trump. It is a very different crowd than your typical campaign event because we're here at Mar-a-Lago, which, of course, you know and most people know is President Trump's private club. A lot of the people here tonight will be members of the club. This is a place that Trump feels at home and that he knows a lot of the people in the crowd. Kind of a small town feel, if you will, inside this room as opposed to some of those large arena events that we so often cover. President Trump, former President Trump, will speak tonight. And again, folks, expecting at least a Super Tuesday victory speech, if not more.
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Rhonda, let's go to you here in the studio for the questions that are looming in your mind. We've talked about this question of whether or not tonight is really the end of Nikki Haley's campaign, what kind of momentum she'll get. But what other questions are on your mind in terms of the expectation setting and what we might see delivered?
I think the answers that I'm looking for may not come until the end of this week or maybe even next week, because some of these states we just won't know their returns for a while. But I really am looking at voter engagement this year. In this primary season. Right now, we know, we've reported at the Washington Post, we've seen polls, that there's a lot of problems with voter enthusiasm right now on both sides. And we even heard from Jorge about how a lot of people who did support Haley, they were kind of tired of getting the text from her. There doesn't seem to be a lot of voter enthusiasm this time around for this primary as well as going into the general. We know the polling shows that American voters just are kind of lukewarm about the idea of a President Biden versus a former President Trump matchup. So I'm really looking at the numbers that come from some of these states, and that likely won't happen for a while. But places like North Carolina, where they have a lot of unaffiliated voters, a lot of independent-minded voters who sometimes bring about wild cards in elections. Virginia is another place I'm looking at to see where voter engagement is there. California as well. We've already heard from some early reporting in California that they have not had a high voter turnout. So I really want to look into sort of those tea leaves to see what that tells us about where voters are right now, how engaged they might be, and especially with Republican voters, are they feeling like this is a foregone conclusion? Are they feeling like, you know, Trump has already won all of these states so far? Why bother? Let's just go straight to the general.
J.M. Rieger, we can report that Joe Biden has won the Democratic presidential primary in Virginia, according to the AP, the Associated Press. Let's talk about what Joe Biden faces tonight and also this week.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden, in some ways, this race is already a two-person race, right, between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, right? And Trump is obviously looking to really make that a reality here. But, you know, so take Dean Phillips, the main challenger, if you will, to Joe Biden. He hasn't won a single delegate yet. So this is how much Biden has already sort of, you know, wrapped this thing up, if you will, from the Democratic standpoint. State of the Union is only 2 days away, and we know that the Biden team is looking at the State of the Union as sort of the new launch pad for their campaign heading into 2024, heading into the general election here, looking to sort of reshape the race and also refocus it on Donald Trump. We've heard a lot recently in some polling and some analysis of how Donald Trump is ahead in a few polls recently over Joe Biden, how some views have softened over Trump over the last month or so, how voters have viewed Trump's economy. This has shown up in some recent polling. They've viewed the economy under Trump as better. They've viewed his handling of coronavirus as better as how they viewed it when Trump left office, which is a dynamic that we usually see, Libby. The longer that a president is out of office, usually their approval ticks up among voters. That's a dynamic that we're seeing happening here with Donald Trump again. The question for the Biden campaign and what they're sort of betting on here is that when this really becomes a two-person race, if things go sort of as we expect it to here, can they kind of hone that message? Can they make it a binary choice for voters? And can they highlight the negatives for Donald Trump before the November election? That's really what the Biden campaign is looking to do, and that's what they're looking to do this week at the State of the Union.
Let's go to James Hohmann. James, there's a playbook coming out, obviously, from Donald Trump, his supporters. Also, really, though, from some of the sort of the political class who are saying, why is Nikki Haley even still in this at this point? So talk to us about what Nikki Haley is trying to achieve right now.
It's a fascinating dynamic because she's become a lot more critical of Donald Trump, but she is still insistent that she is not anti-Trump. So even though she's a vessel for a lot of anti-Trump voters, especially in open primary states, she's saying that she's running on policy. Ultimately, she's 52 years old. She has the ability to run again in 4 years if she's right that Trump is going to lose. She'll be able to say, I told you so. She's also continuing to raise money. Her super PAC has a lot. The Koch political network has stopped spending on her behalf after her loss in her home state of South Carolina, but more than $100 million has been spent for her. She announced over the weekend that she raised $12 million in February. We don't know how much cash she has on hand, but she has been running a pretty bare bones campaign. She has enough money to go forward to make the case. The question for Nikki Haley is, at what point does it start to hurt her with Republicans? Does she start to be seen as some kind of spoiler? There's been a lot of interest by the No Labels group in trying to recruit her to be basically a third-party candidate. She hasn't quite ruled it out, but she said she is not interested, that she's not talking to them, that she's a Republican. She also, though, said over the weekend that she no longer feels that the pledge she signed to appear on the debate stage to support the Republican nominee applies. It was part of her being frustrated that Laura Trump, the former president's daughter-in-law, Eric's wife, is taking over as co-chair of the Republican National Committee, which Haley feels like basically the deck is stacked against her. So there's complicated feelings, and those personality pieces of this do end up playing a big role in the denouement of these primary contests.
Yeah, James, it's a perfect transition to go to our next guest, campaign reporter Dylan Wells, who's in Charleston, South Carolina. Dylan, my first question is, where's the party? Because we were expecting some sort of event from Nikki Haley, but nothing seems to be happening. Do you read much into that?
It's definitely unusual. I'm here in Charleston, but I'm currently sitting in a hotel room where every one of these past primary nights, there's been some sort of event or, thing with Haley supporters where we can go talk to people. So it's definitely a bit unusual. She has been on the trail all of last week, hitting a bunch of those Super Tuesday states, but it's certainly a different vibe here without any public events on Haley's schedule here tonight. Instead, we hear she's just in Charleston and, sitting through this evening.
All right, well, you can wander down to the waterfront later and find Jorge, who's also there. It was a year ago that you were at Nikki Haley's campaign launch. You've come full circle covering this whole year of the campaign cycle. You're back in Charleston. Has Nikki Haley come full circle too, Dylan?
Well, it's crazy to think back about where we were a year ago in mid-February when she launched this campaign. She was seen as an underdog, which is a role Haley is very familiar with. And she was really discounted with that vast field of Republican rivals. You'll remember, obviously, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was seen as the front runner of that field. And, the point Haley always makes on the trail is that she picked off those fellas, as she calls them, one by one, and she only has one fella left. So it is pretty remarkable, given where she started in terms of fundraising, in terms of support, that she has outlasted the rest of the field, and she's the final one taking on Trump. But, as we've seen, she's winning over, exceeding polling expectations in some cases in these states, but she's still falling significantly short of the numbers she needs to be getting to really fight out this delegate fight against Trump.
We've been seeing footage that you sent us, that Jorge Ribas has sent us, of Nikki Haley supporters wearing these T-shirts that say barred. Can you talk to us about how she's trying to take some of the messaging against her and turn it on its head?
Barred permanently, exactly. Donald Trump made a comment that people who donated to Nikki Haley were going to be barred from the MAGA camp of the party, and Haley has turned that around on its head. I think the latest count is they've sold over 20,000 of those barred permanently T-shirts, have turned it into a whole fundraising strategy, and she's used it in some of her messaging in the closing kind of days ahead of Super Tuesday, talking about, the Republican Party should be about bringing people in, and that is the actual path forward, not a president who is turning away people who are Republicans but just disagree with his policies or might want an alternative for a second term.
Some of Haley's supporters, Dylan, have told us that they want to see her stick it out, even all the way to the convention in the summer, just in case something happens to Trump, in case he's somehow not the nominee. Are you hearing that from people?
Absolutely. I hear that from voters all of the time. I hear voters who really truly believe that something is going to happen to Trump, whether it's health-wise or legally. They are very concerned about if he will actually be the nominee or not. And of course, we know that he is on track to become the nominee, but they're hoping that she sticks it out just for those what-ifs in this race. And Haley herself has kind of sidestepped some of those questions about what comes next for her after today. Obviously, with all of these delegates on the line, a lot is riding on tonight's results. And if her path becomes even more difficult after this evening when Trump is once again expected to dominate.
Let's talk about Haley's money. How much is that a factor in how far she can go and how long she can continue?
A lot of times campaigns end when they run out of money, and that certainly hasn't been the case for Nikki Haley yet. As someone mentioned, AFP, the big group, the Koch brothers-backed group, is no longer providing her that financial support after her loss here in South Carolina, but she's still getting a lot of donations. She told us Friday she'd raised over $12 million in the last month, and that's enough for her to keep this operation going. So when Haley is making these difficult choices about what comes next, as of right now, at least, she has enough money to keep this going on if she chooses to.
Thanks so much. Dylan has been doing a great job. Campaign reporter down in Charleston, South Carolina, ready for Nikki Haley's event if she chooses to have one last minute. I can guarantee Dylan will be there. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I want to go to you, J.M. Rieger, to talk about this question of how Haley's hedging her bets a bit in criticizing Trump right now, not saying unequivocally, I will not support him, because of course early in the campaign she said she would support the eventual nominee, but she's pulling back on that initial pledge. Let's talk about that fine line she's trying to walk of being critical of him and yet not closing the door absolutely on Donald Trump.
This has sort of been the dynamic for Nikki Haley throughout this whole campaign, right? There was always the criticism from some in the Republican Party that she wasn't hitting Trump hard enough earlier, months ago. If you want to differentiate yourself from the person leading in all of the polls, now leading in the delegate count, you need to draw a sharper contrast. We saw that start to happen right around Iowa and definitely post-Iowa and New Hampshire. But what we also saw simultaneously as she was drawing that contrast was she was downplaying expectations. She was sort of reshaping things. Her and her surrogates were. We saw that heading into New Hampshire. We've seen that headed into tonight to Super Tuesday. Haley has started to downplay expectations for what her performance might look like. Now, the flip of that, Haley, or Libby, I should say, the flip of that for Haley is that she's pretty consistently been drawing about a third, a little under, of Republican support in these primaries and caucuses with some fluctuation. So there is a base of support there, if you will. But again, James was talking about this earlier tonight and how many of these contests are winner take all and how hard that math is. One thing I want to point out, Libby, is that only 2 states tonight have pure proportional delegate allocation. So that makes this incredibly hard for Nikki Haley if she is not hitting. Each state is a different percentage threshold for the winner take all, but if she's not hitting that threshold, it doesn't matter what percentage she gets. If she's under that and if Trump hits that, she's going to walk away with no delegates in that state. And at the end of the day, this is a math question as much as anything else. So if you're Nikki Haley here at this point, back to your original question, Libby, on whether she'll support Trump. Now she's sort of walking that back, and she said that Trump didn't sign the RNC pledge, so why should she have to sign the RNC pledge? Some of this is strategic. Some of this is positioning herself as sort of that last person standing, that last voice against Trump and Trumpism. Where that goes from here, whether she comes around, if Trump performs as we expect him to perform, whether that comes around before the RNC in July remains to be seen at this point. But it is something where Haley is sort of pulling out all the last stops, if you will, to kind of bulk up her kind of political viability here at this point.
You know, Rhonda, some people may say, hey, this isn't fair. It's like you're talking about Nikki Haley in the past tense or trying to get into her head when there's still all these votes yet to come and yet to happen. So we can go to James in a little bit to do some of the delegate math for us and crunch the numbers. But let's talk from your political lens. How should we be thinking about her campaign and sort of the usefulness of her campaign at this moment?
I think what you can tell from her campaign, if you look at the start of it and how she wasn't all that popular, you saw that she built her own momentum when she had outstanding performances at the debates. She was the one candidate who could easily speak about Ukraine and Israel, and she really seemed to resonate with the people in the crowd. I think from what I have heard on the campaign trail when going to the debates and New Hampshire is that her team is pretty happy that she has overperformed. She's overperformed and perhaps not won these the states that have gone before tonight, but she has done well. And what that can probably tell a lot of people is that there is appetite for this moderate candidate in the Republican Party or this non-Trump candidate in the Republican Party. And while she has overperformed, there is also this question, which is why some people may be writing her obituary right now, her political obituary right now, is did she do enough? Did she come out early enough on Donald Trump? Remember in the beginning days, she was really hesitant to say anything hard against him. Now we're hearing her kind of even scale back a little bit, saying she is pro-America, not anti-Trump. So she's sort of always been trying to strike a balance. Did that work? We're not quite sure yet, but there has been appetite, it appears, with the Republican electorate who want a candidate who is not Donald Trump.
Well, let's find out exactly how some of this is turning out because we have a major race call from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Virginia. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Virginia's Republican primary. Let's go to James Homan with the Election Insights team to find out more about what the numbers show. James?
Yeah, Libby, our internal algorithm shows that there has been a 30-point swing in Donald Trump's favor in the precincts that have fully reported, which is why we are comfortable calling this race, even though only about 15% of the votes have been reported. Trump with 63%. Some of the final polling, public polling in this race showed Haley at about 40%. And we're still waiting to get numbers from Northern Virginia, where there should be a lot of Haley votes. But the numbers that are starting to come in, kind of the commuter communities down the Interstate 95 corridor and in rural Virginia along the Interstate 81 corridor, show that Trump is going to carry the Commonwealth. And that is significant. This was one of the states that Haley had really believed she could make a play for. Our exit polls show that more people who voted in the Virginia Republican primaries today had graduate degrees than didn't graduate from college. That's kind of a demography that is tailor-made for Nikki Haley. Nevertheless, Donald Trump winning handily and a big early victory for the former president.
Yeah, Rhonda, let's talk about the significance of Donald Trump being able to win Virginia in this sort of a manner.
It is significant. It's not unsurprising or surprising that he won, rather, but it could have been a place where, given that Nikki Haley did win D.C., even though that is a small area, it is close to some of those pockets of Virginia, especially the commuter areas that James just talked about. Again, this is a question of her campaign strength. Is she putting enough resources where it matters? Virginia's electorate has, for the last few years, been looked at as sort of a purpling electorate. They can lean a little liberal, but they also have a Republican governor that they elected handedly. So it is an interesting state to examine when looking at who won what, but it isn't surprising that Donald Trump did carry Virginia.
All right. Well, former President Donald Trump, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley vying to secure that trove of delegates up for grabs tonight. And the latest news is that Donald Trump has won Virginia, according to the Associated Press. Polls are about to close right now in North Carolina, so stay with us as we bring you those results.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
This is live coverage of Super Tuesday with the Washington Post. Voters in 15 states are deciding who should be the Republican nominee for president. The AP is already projecting Donald Trump will win Virginia. Tonight is Trump's to lose. Now, he cruised into Super Tuesday. Nikki Haley's only win so far has been right here in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. And tonight really could be her last chance to show that she could overcome Trump's crushing momentum. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you for joining us tonight. Let's go to Charleston, where Jorge Ribas is following the Haley campaign. You know, there is this speculation, Jorge, that this could be Haley's really last attempt to wrest some control over this race. But what are her supporters telling you?
Yeah, so Libby, I've been following her campaign for months now, and the common refrain I've heard throughout her events is that they wanted someone different, someone with rhetoric that's less divisive. I remember talking to a woman in New Hampshire at an event of hers there who was telling me that she just wanted to vote for someone. She was someone who had voted for Trump. And that's another thing, is I've talked to a lot of voters who actually voted for Trump at least once, sometimes twice, and they were looking for a different candidate. But this woman told me that she wanted a different candidate. She was there with her 12-year-old daughter. She wanted a candidate who could be a role model for her daughter, someone who her daughter could look up to, not just because she was a woman, but just because of what she had accomplished and what she had said and how she behaved and how she acted. She was looking for someone like that. I remember having a conversation with a gentleman in an event in Iowa, and he told me that he voted for Donald Trump twice, but that the events of January 6th and everything afterward and Trump's continued insistence that he won the 2020 election was what finally turned him off to Donald Trump. and he wanted someone who would just focus on the issues. I mean, this is someone who told me that he supported Trump's policies and that if he just wished that Donald Trump would continue to talk about policy issues, that he could support him again. But, you know, this was several months ago, or 6 weeks ago. This was many primaries ago. And so I was in Richmond, Virginia just last week, and I wanted to gauge how how supporters were feeling with these losses piling up.
I have voted for Donald Trump twice, and I absolutely refuse under any circumstance to vote for him again. I'm embarrassed for our party right now. I think we lack strategy, and we can do better.
He's got too much baggage, too much drama, too many things hanging from him that will keep him from winning the election, especially against Biden. And I really think it's important for him to stay in the race right up to the convention, just to show that there is a huge amount of people, millions of people, that are looking for and looking at her for her vision.
And so this is what people were telling me, that he's got too much drama, too much baggage. I mean, this is something that Haley has said a lot when she's talking in her campaign events, that chaos follows Trump, that he's got too much drama, that he's involved in the court cases, all this stuff, that he's in it for himself. And it's echoed by her supporters. But I had one woman tell me, and it was really interesting, I asked her if she was going to vote for Trump. She was a Haley fan, but she seemed like she was more in line with Trump. And first she said yes, and then she paused and she waited and she said, well, I really have to think about it. And I have to talk about it with, my husband and I are on the fence. We're not sure. And that's something that I've seen as well, is sort of this kind of like, will they come home for Trump in November? And I had people tell me absolutely not, and I had people tell me they would. And then there was a lot of people kind of in the middle. They weren't really sure yet how they felt about it. They were still really hoping, obviously that's a long shot at this point, that Haley would put through, that she would stay in the race, stay through the convention, keep going, really to give them a voice that they were needing from the Republican Party.
Fascinating. Jorge Ribas, thank you. A lot of miles to go before people have to make that decision. Well, on the heels of Virginia being called for Donald Trump already tonight, we're getting some exit polls out of the Commonwealth of Virginia in particular. So let's go back to James Homan to hear more about what we're seeing so far. James?
Yeah, I want to zero in on this question, Libby, about abortion, because I think it is very revealing about the dividing line inside the Republican Party, and also gives us a taste of what's coming ahead in the general election. Now, remember, a Republican won Virginia in the governor's race 2 years ago, Glenn Youngkin, but Virginia has not had a major statewide race other than the state legislative off-year elections since the Dobbs decision. And among Republican primary voters in Virginia today, only 35% support a national ban on abortion. Among them, Donald Trump won 85%. The majority, 56%, oppose a national abortion ban. Nikki Haley won 60% of this group. It tells you a lot about the dividing line, but it also tells you that this is sort of Haley's high water mark. We're still watching to see what percentage she's able to get in Virginia. But in next door North Carolina, they have a semi-open primary where anyone in Virginia can vote in either primary. In North Carolina, you either have to be a registered Republican or unaffiliated, and then you can take a Republican ballot. And the result is that our exit polling of North Carolina shows more than 50% of Republican primary voters support a national abortion ban, Trump winning them by a similar margin. So that sort of tells you a lot about how Haley, while she sort of successfully threaded the needle on this divisive cultural issue, it wasn't enough in these Republican primaries.
Thanks, James. JM, there really is a question, though, of just where Nikki Haley stands on some of these issues. Earlier, Rhonda referred to Haley as a little more moderate compared to Donald Trump, but so much of this is moderate messaging, right? Let's talk about what Haley actually supports and believes in. What do we know?
I mean, even on the abortion issue, right? Haley kind of came out initially on IVF with an initial remark and had to walk that back and sort of water that down. There's a little bit of gap at times. Haley has come down kind of firmly in favor of Ukraine, for example, kind of maintaining the traditional Western alliances, if you will, in a foreign policy area. Maybe a little more traditional Reagan-style republicanism when it comes to the economy, if you will. But there's not necessarily that much daylight when it comes between Nikki Haley and Donald Trump, for example. If you're talking about abortion, Trump has not yet taken a firm position. There's been some kind of reporting around where he might come down in terms of kind of a federal ban and at what week mark that might be at and whatnot. And Nikki Haley has sort of taken the pragmatic position on that, which is there's not going to be 60 votes in the Senate to overcome a filibuster, so therefore we shouldn't really be talking or promising our base that we're going to be able to enact a federal abortion ban, if you will. But I think Jorge's reporting also, if I can just quickly go back to that, Libby, was really interesting because one of the questions we're watching, throughout this cycle and including tonight on Super Tuesday is how many of these Nikki Haley supporters ultimately do come home if Donald Trump ultimately is the nominee here. How many of them come home to the eventual nominee? The conventional political wisdom would tell you that the overwhelming amount of voters within each party who vote maybe for different candidates in the primaries ultimately do come home. But we are in sort of uncharted waters in this election cycle, in part because Trump is almost running in some ways as kind of a quasi-incumbent, right? And that has thrown a lot of stuff out of whack, and first twice impeached president running for re-election. There's so many factors that create unknowns here as we're trying to sort of get a sense of who might come back, who might not come back. But there was some polling even a few weeks ago talking about, how much registered Republicans support Donald Trump, how much registered Democrats support Joe Biden. And despite fractures that we've seen so far in the primary contest, Libby, over 90% of registered Republicans supported Donald Trump and over 90% of registered Democrats supported Joe Biden, which tells you that this ultimately could come down, assuming that Trump is able to kind of recoalesce his base in the Republican Party here if he's able to lock up the nomination. This could really all come down to turnout in November.
Turnout, and Rhonda, that is often translated into enthusiasm and vice versa. You have covered the evolution and changes in the Republican Party so carefully as someone who covers Congress. What does it say to you that Nikki Haley is sort of seen as a more moderate player, that we're hearing from these voters who they like her style, they like her pragmatism, they might like her sort of old school Republican beliefs? What does that tell you about how the Republican Party has moved and changed?
Well,
because she's hardly liberal, right? I mean, she's hardly a liberal
and
player.
she will say that she is not
yeah.
liberal. In fact, that's one of the reasons she said she isn't exactly interested in a no-labels candidacy, because she doesn't want to run with a Democrat. So no, she isn't leaning left or in the middle and leaning left. She is very much a Republican in her politics, but it is showing that the Republican Party, the Republican electorate, many national Republicans want an alternative to Donald Trump. You're seeing that in the clips we just played of the voters Jorge has spoken to. And I will also share this too. This was from our polling insights team here at the Washington Post earlier in the night from some of the preliminary exit polls. It says about 8 in 10 Haley voters in North Carolina and 7 in 10 in Virginia said they may not support the GOP ticket in November. That's stunning, right? That is a high percentage of folks who have voted for Haley and say they may not support, if it is Trump or whoever else, could be Trump, that they're not going to support the ticket. What does that mean? Do these folks stay at home, or does Biden energize some of them and siphon them away from the Republican Party? Who knows? But it seems like there are a lot of unhappy voters right now who just don't know what to do, and Haley felt like that last hope for them.
Well, let's go back to Rich Matthews, who's down at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. So, Rich, let's talk about the border. Now, this is an issue that we've seen both Trump and Biden put front and center in the past week or so. You were in Texas covering visits by both of those men last week. What did you find?
Libby, if you think about it, it's really historic that President Biden and former President Trump both visited the border on the exact same day, driving home how big this issue is nationally in this race. Now, Biden visited Brownsville, which is mostly under federal control, and there's a lot of federal infrastructure there. 3 international bridges that handle international commerce, a lot of legal immigration over those bridges, miles and miles of border wall. President Trump did the opposite. He chose to visit Eagle Pass, where Texas Governor Greg Abbott has essentially assumed control of the border, saying to Biden, if you won't secure it, I will. There are National Guardsmen patrolling the Rio Grande and Eagle Pass. It's really kind of the wild, wild west, and has become a place that is ground zero, if not for illegal immigration, for the politics of it all. And finger pointing at an all-time high right now. Biden making the failed bipartisan congressional bill a major part of his campaign, essentially saying we had this solved, and then Trump stepped in and torpedoed it. Trump, of course, continuing to maintain he is the only person who can and will secure the border. One thing for sure, we know that the border is a feather in former President Trump's cap right now. Most voters feel that it's a liability for Joe Biden. Libby?
Well, Rich, obviously Nikki Haley has touted her foreign policy experience. She served as UN ambassador. What does she say that her plan for the southern border is if she's elected?
You know, her plan is pretty simple. She says that she will remove everyone who has come to the country illegally. She will close the border, and she will also work with Congress to change asylum laws.
Right, Rich Matthews down at Mar-a-Lago. You can see, Rhonda, it is energetic in there. It is a scene. It is a place to see and be seen for people who support Donald Trump. Tonight, we're watching to see what Donald Trump says. Nikki Haley, on the other hand, though, doesn't have any events planned tonight, as we've heard Jorge talk about the absence of a plan as sort of revealing in its own way. But let's talk about sort of next steps here in the process. Super Tuesday has this huge delegate load, but the primary process is not over. So talk to us about what could be coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah, you have a lot of states that have not voted yet, which is why this night is so interesting because, and this week is so interesting because if you do see Nikki Haley decide to drop out, there perhaps were many supporters in states like Pennsylvania or Ohio, places that have a lot of Republican voters who would turn out, who wouldn't get a chance to vote for her if she drops out now. But again, the delegate math, if Trump sweeps tonight or gets a majority of states tonight, especially, you know, the treasure trove of California, which is a winner-take-all state, then that puts her behind in a way where she may not have many choices. So what's next, I think we're all waiting to see, really. And I think wherever Nikki Haley is right now in South Carolina, I am sure her campaign is set up in, you know, a campaign-style war room, trying to figure out what their next steps are. The fact alone that she doesn't have anything on her calendar after today is incredibly telling, along with the fact that she isn't anywhere in person tonight. That is telling you that that campaign is thinking about this moment by moment. At one point, they had a lot of conservative donors backing them, telling them to stay in. Some of them have pulled out. So they're kind of in a situation where they do need those campaign funds to keep going. So again, this is a moment-by-moment decision, and we're seeing it play out. No one really has the answers yet on what's next for Haley. I'm not sure her campaign have those answers yet tonight either.
You know, JM, let's talk a little bit more about this idea of voters just sort of being unhappy and discontent. What are your reflections on that?
It's remarkable the percentage of the vote that Donald Trump is not getting with that quasi-incumbent status that we just talked about a moment ago, right? If you're an incumbent, you have a huge advantage, and Trump is sort of a quasi-incumbent, having served as president. He's taken a gap year now, if you will. He's kind of 3.5, 4 years off, and the fact that there is this chunk of voters, about 3 in 10 voters in these Republican primaries who are not voting for him, is a liability for him. So despite some of the good news that's come out for the Trump campaign, the Trump team, in the last week or two with some of the national polls that have come out that have shown him leading Joe Biden, that have shown some real vulnerabilities for the Biden campaign. If you're Donald Trump, you are worried about, can I coalesce the Republican Party behind me? Can I pull in those Nikki Haley supporters? Can I get Nikki Haley to come and endorse me if I am in fact able to lock this down here and become the Republican nominee here? But this is sort of unprecedented, Libby, how unpopular. We've never really had a presidential election in modern political history with two more unpopular candidates or hypothetical candidates here if Joe Biden and Donald Trump are the ultimate nominees. We've never had that happen, and we don't know really what that is going to mean for the dynamics, the contours of this race, this election, by the time we get to November.
Thanks, JM. Let's go back to James Hohmann now. James, we're starting to get some results from North Carolina. Tell us more about this state. You know, there are these Democratic strongholds in bigger cities. There are also very rural areas that lean towards the right. Tell us more about North Carolina.
Yeah, so right now you can see we only have 1% of vote coming in, but Nikki Haley is doing well in the two most populous counties in the state, Mecklenburg, where Charlotte is, and Raleigh, which is at the heart of the Research Triangle, the state capital. Again, not many votes coming in, but those are the areas of the state where she should be strongest. Let's look at an overlay of the interstate map to get a sense of where Haley has to be doing well. There really are essentially 5 regions in the state. The coastal part of North Carolina, Wilmington, there's some military areas over here. Haley did well in those kinds of areas in her home state, just to the south. She should do well tonight in Wilmington. She should do well in sort of the Research Triangle. This is the highest percentage of college degrees in the state, the Triangle, Raleigh, Chapel Hill. And then Mecklenburg County, Charlotte, is an area that really used to be quite Republican, has trended away. These are the kinds of suburbs where Haley has to really run up the score. But remember, it's sort of a semi-open primary. So you have to be an independent or a Republican to be able to vote. So it means that Haley's not going to get the kinds of numbers that she might if it was an open primary from a place like Asheville. And the truth about North Carolina is, while a lot of the focus ends up being on the kind of the suburban urban areas, there are quite a lot of rural voters. And that's why Trump was able to handily carry the state in 2016 and 2020. The Piedmont region, kind of the old tobacco fields, very conservative, used to be kind of ancestrally Democratic, and then the Appalachian region also. So about half the state lives in 12 counties, but the other half of the state really does vote, and they tend to be essentially Donald Trump supporters.
All right, thank you so much, James. Joining us live now from Mar-a-Lago, that's Donald Trump's resort in Palm Beach, Florida, is Marianne Levine, national political reporter focused on this election. Marianne, first of all, describe what it's like at Mar-a-Lago tonight.
Yeah, the mood here seems pretty positive. I mean, the expectation is for Trump to sweep tonight in the Super Tuesday contest. So right now it's definitely kind of a party atmosphere. People are getting drinks at the open bar. People were cheering. There's screens that are showing when Trump wins a state. So, for example, the screen showed Trump wins Virginia, and people were cheering at that result. When the North Carolina results came in, people also cheered, and there's a Fox News screen also in the background. So the mood is pretty good for Trump supporters and Trump's campaign tonight.
What does Donald Trump want out of Super Tuesday, Marianne? What does his campaign want out of Super Tuesday? Is a win enough?
His campaign basically wants to lock this down pretty quickly. They want to move on to the general election. They've already said that they're moving on to the general election. Trump barely mentions Nikki Haley in his speeches anymore. So I think what they're hoping to do is to wrap up the nomination as quickly as possible. And they seem pretty on track to do that. A lot of Super Tuesday states are winner take all, and they're hoping to have the nomination wrapped up by as early as March 12th. So I think a good night for them would put them on that path. But regardless of that timeline, his campaign also expects him to wrap it up by March 19th, if it's not wrapped up by March 12th.
You know, Marianne, Donald Trump has had a few moments where he's really sort of seemed to have lost control and just been crazed about the fact that Nikki Haley isn't dropping out of the race. His speeches will veer off track and go to that. But as you point out, the campaign's kind of trying to keep him off Nikki Haley, focus on the general election. But they're also taking some actions like warning any donors not to donate to Nikki Haley or they'll be barred permanently from Trump's orbit. He reportedly warned D.C. lobbyists last week that they needed to vote in the D.C. election. Talk to us about this idea of sort of anger management and retribution.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a real question going into tonight and after tonight how Trump is going to treat Haley supporters and people who support Nikki Haley in the primary where he was not their first choice. And I think that will say a lot about his ability to unite the Republican Party in the months ahead. I think that Trump is someone who has, at least for many months of this campaign, made retribution a pretty big theme of his. He has talked about retribution a bit less in his Trump speeches recently, but it's nevertheless a campaign that has made it pretty clear that it is keeping track of who is endorsing him. It is keeping track of who is donating to his rivals. And I think we'll have to see whether or not the campaign really does keep that pledge of saying that they will not take money from Haley donors. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the campaign will also need money. And I think that we'll have to see whether or not that threat is actually followed through on.
It's a bit easy to take for granted what a surreal week and a few weeks it's been in politics, with the Supreme Court especially weighing in really with two things. One, a decision, one agreeing to take up a case that affect Donald Trump's political viability and this campaign. How is that impacting him and his team?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question? It's a little loud in here.
No problem. Supreme Court weighed in two big ways this past week, Marianne. How is that affecting things?
I think that what we're going to see with the Supreme Court, obviously with the Colorado decision, that was a pretty big win for the Trump campaign. I think that they are pretty happy about that decision. I think they're also pretty happy about the decision for the Supreme Court to take up the immunity case. One of the big strategies that the Trump campaign has pursued as he's faced multiple legal challenges, multiple indictments, is they basically wanted to delay as many of these trials and cases as much as possible until after the election. And it seems like, at least with the immunity case and the DC case related to January 6th and the 2020 election results, it seems like that it's going to be hard for that case to start anytime soon as the Supreme Court considers the immunity, the question of presidential immunity. So I think it's been a pretty successful week this past week for the Trump legal team and the Trump campaign in their eyes.
Thanks so much, Marianne Levine. She is there at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump is expected to speak a little later on. You can hear that party atmosphere there as his supporters gather. J.M. Rieger, you've been covering the Supreme Court this past week. Let's talk about how their actions, their choices on taking up a case, on allowing Trump back on the Colorado ballot, really do greatly affect what's happening.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, the Supreme Court essentially decided that this is going to be left up to voters in 2024. They said that we cannot have, in their words, a quote-unquote patchwork application of the 14th Amendment here. 5 justices said that the onus is on Congress to enforce the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause. And it's not a case that we expected to go in Colorado. So we expected the Supreme Court to rule against the plaintiffs in this case. But it is nevertheless notable because they did not even address whether Trump engaged in an insurrection on January 6th, which in some ways was sort of at the core of the case, right? They said that this is something Congress has to act on and left it there. And on the immunity case, as you mentioned, Libby, this is the Jack Smith January 6th case, the federal case against Donald Trump. What's notable, that case was supposed to begin yesterday originally. Trump's team has now successfully delayed that case. There won't be oral arguments now until April 22nd at the Supreme Court. And then the court could rule within a few weeks. We definitely expect the court to rule this term, but that could come end of June. And that potentially pushes out a trial date to perhaps early fall, could even punt it beyond the election. And one expert I spoke with, one court watcher I spoke with this week, Libby, said, if she's Jack Smith has told the Judge Chutkan, the D.C. judge overseeing this case, has said that he needs 6 to 8 weeks to try this. She said, if I'm Jack Smith, I'm telling the judge I can do it in 3 to 4 weeks to try and get this trial in. So we'll have to see what happens, Libby, but two big moments at the Supreme Court over the past week here.
Yeah, thanks, JM. Let's go to James Homan. You know, James, of course, this could put this case that Jam's talking about smack in the middle of the election. So there's a lot of speculation of actually if it could be very bad news for Donald Trump. I didn't want to take you away from things, but,
no,
we
have a whole Election Insights team here. We're crunching the numbers. Great insight from our colleague Lenny Bronner is that Nikki Haley's actually overperforming in some smaller towns, especially in Vermont, which is neck and neck. We'll talk about that in a minute. But on the legal calendar point that JM was just making, it's absolutely right. Donald Trump's strategy has worked so far to push this trial back on the January 6th charges, but it could end up working too well for him if it ends up leading to the timeline JM was just outlining, where perhaps the Supreme Court makes a decision in June, and then all of a sudden we're right up against the election. The Justice Department has said that they are not going to postpone the trial until after the election. And you can see here really just the staggering amount of legal jeopardy Trump is in, and the degree to which he's going to be spending a lot more time in the courtroom than on the campaign trail. We do know that March 25th is the first day of jury selection for the hush money trial in New York. It's considered sort of the runt of the cases against Trump, but it's going to be going first. We're going to be waiting on the Supreme Court to make a decision on the immunity claims that Trump is making in the two federal cases. The Justice Department, Special Counsel Jack Smith, has asked Judge Eileen Cannon to now put the classified documents case, which really is probably the strongest charge against Trump, to do that first. They had a hearing on this last Friday, a status hearing. We're still waiting to hear from Judge Cannon. Technically, the classified documents trial is supposed to start on May 20th, but it's probably going to get pushed back. And then we're waiting on Judge Scott McAfee in Fulton County to decide whether Fani Willis is disqualified based on her relationship with Nathan Wade. The closing arguments in that basically mini trial were last Friday. So things are sort of in the air there. So all in all, Trump's spending tens of millions of dollars on lawyers, but the legal jeopardy is significant. But honestly, one of the things we've been struck by looking at the exit polls tonight is the degree to which it's sort of priced in. A lot of people really are very comfortable with supporting Donald Trump as the nominee, even if he's convicted of a felony.
James, I want to pivot here to the exit polls that we're getting. We're getting some more insight out of Virginia, North Carolina. What are you learning about how voters are sort of taking in all this information and making their decisions as they go to the polls today?
Yeah, there's a couple exit poll details that we're just getting. We're crunching the numbers still that I think are really interesting because they say a lot about how the Republican Party has changed. So in North Carolina, still too early to call, more than half of voters identify as white evangelical Christians. Donald Trump is winning 81% of those voters. In 2016, Trump narrowly carried North Carolina over Ted Cruz, but basically Trump was on the 18% side of this, where Nikki Haley is tonight. Donald Trump has become wildly dominant. His base has become the white evangelical Christians who supported Ted Cruz 8 years ago. Now they are Donald Trump's base. Now they identify as MAGA, Make America Great Again, Trump's slogan. The other half of the electorate is about evenly split. Haley's still losing, but that white evangelical Christian community tells you why Trump has essentially been treated like an incumbent during these primaries. But we have some other exit polls that have also come in, including here. I might have to send it back to you. we're still getting some more exit polls.
I'm actually going to interrupt you, James.
Yeah.
It's perfect timing because I have some news for you and our viewers. We have a major race call. It's from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in North Carolina. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win North Carolina's Republican primary. So let's go back to James to walk us through what we know. James, take it away.
That, Libby, is why Donald Trump is handily winning this state. This is one of his best states thus far. He is getting 73%, still only 3% of the vote in, but he is really running up the score everywhere that has come in thus far. In every region of the state, he's getting really high numbers in Appalachia, outside of Asheville, which is sort of a liberal enclave. You look at a county like Pitt County, rural, small, but he's winning 3-1, and there's no way Haley can come back from that. There is a strong rural turnout, looking good for Donald Trump. He is going to carry the Tar Heel state.
All right, thanks, James. Rhonda, let's go to you for what we know so far about the night. If people are just tuning in, it's 8 o'clock here on the East Coast, 5 o'clock on the West Coast. What are the big takeaways so far? We see a handful of Trump wins, but we're also watching a lot else this evening.
That's right. So far, we've had North Carolina just now projected that Trump will win that. It looks like he has won that by a wide margin. Also, earlier tonight, Virginia is another state that Trump can put in his column. We are still looking at a dozen or more states right now, including the ones that Nikki Haley possibly could perform well in. Those are New England states. Vermont is one. Massachusetts is another. So the night hasn't closed yet at all by any means, but we have seen a very strong showing in the first two states for voters who came out for Trump. It is important to think about on primary nights that primary voters are a subset of the party, right? These are the people who are very loyal to their party. They usually skew a little older. These are the people that will make it to the polls for something that is not a general election. So that is something to consider when you think of Trump's odds in a primary versus his odds in a general. It appears that most Republicans have said they are comfortable with the idea of a Trump presidency again, but you still have the general to go through. And I'm, again, highlighting something that I read earlier from our polling team, that 7 in 10 and 8 in 10 voters for Haley in Virginia and North Carolina, so the states we've already called, they said that they will not, may not support the GOP ticket in November. So it's almost like there are two tracks, right? Where primary voters and general election voters can be very different groups. And there is a lot of time between now and November. So again, we've got two states so far. They aren't incredibly surprising given Trump's strength in those states before in other elections. But again, this is a night that perhaps Nikki Haley and her team are nervously looking at some of these early returns.
Yeah, Rhonda, let's talk about other races happening across the country tonight when it comes to looking at the Senate, the House. There are states that have big primaries on the line. Yeah,
there are. We can talk all night about the stakes that are pretty high for Congress right now. There are more than 100 congressional seats open right now in primaries on Super Tuesday. I'll start with the Senate, and then maybe later in the show we'll get into the House. But two Senate races that are going to be interesting tonight, primary races. One is happening in California. That is the race to elect someone to fill the seat by Dianne Feinstein, who died earlier last year and vacated the seat. She did say she would not return to the Senate before she passed away. Right now, that's a really interesting race because where polling stands, you have Adam Schiff, who has kind of been light years ahead of the other candidates. He is currently a House member. Many people remember him as the lead impeachment manager in the first Trump impeachment in the House. You also have Katie Porter, who is a progressive Democrat. She's sort of been a rising star in the House. She's polling second, and she is kind of battling second place in that race with a man named Steve Garvey, who is a Republican. But what's interesting about that race is Adam Schiff has actually been featuring Garvey in his ads and reminding Republicans that there is a Republican in this race. So that has actually given Garvey a push. And we'll see if he comes in second. The other person is Barbara Lee. She's a Democrat, longtime Democrat in the House. She has also been running for that Senate seat. So that's one where we may not know tonight, but it is a close race for that second person, because in California, with their voting laws, the first two candidates to win the primary will be the ones who face each other in the general. So despite their party, it may be a Democrat and a Democrat or a Democrat and a Republican, we don't know, but that's one certainly to watch. And there's also a Texas U.S. Senate race. Ted Cruz, who has been a longtime senator, he is likely going to win the Republican primary, but on the Democrat side, you have a House member, Colin Allred, who is running to match up against Cruz. He doesn't have a lot of name recognition, but he is very young and possibly could be appealing to Texans if they want to replace Cruz, who is a polarizing figure in the state. Colin Allred, is also running against a Democratic primary opponent. He is a state senator who is known for his work with helping the Uvalde community after the shooting there. So Texas, California, those are the two U.S. Senate races right now that we're keeping an eye on. But of course, we can get into House races a little later. But there's a lot going on in terms of trying to figure out what the balance of power might look like in the Senate,
especially in the House. Especially such tight margins in the House. All these primaries are very important. J.M. Rieger, we have a couple of calls, according to the Associated Press, in North Carolina. Now we know that Donald Trump is projected by the AP to win the primary there. But when we look at the other races that we're watching in North Carolina, the AP is saying that Mark Robinson will win the Republican nomination for governor and Josh Stein will win the Democratic nomination for governor, both in North Carolina. Let's talk about that and also other sort of down ballot races that you're watching.
Yeah, I mean, this sets up for a historic gubernatorial campaign now in North Carolina. If Robinson were to win, he'd be the first black governor in the state's history. If Stein were to win, he'd be the first Jewish governor in the state's history. Stein has sort of walked sort of a soft-spoken, if you will, sort of traditional political path. Robinson has sort of come in as a flamethrower, in some ways almost sort of a Trump on steroids, if you will. He's made a number of inflammatory comments over the years, has questioned the results of the 2020 election. And that's something, you know, when we talk about these down ballot races, one of the reasons that Rhonda was just talking about that's so key here, one of the reasons that these matter is not because every single one of these races are going to be competitive come November, but it's what candidate is going to be on the ballot. And in the case of the Republicans, we've seen a lot of outside money come into some of these races, some of these especially congressional races, trying to get their preferred candidate, the National Republican Party's preferred candidate, onto the ballot in some of these districts so that they don't have candidates. We've seen in years past, especially the last few years here, where candidate quality really matters. And there's no example more prominent than what we saw in Georgia in 2022 in the midterms, and also what we saw in terms of Trump's impact and what happens when they talk about issues that aren't sort of front and center for a wider electorate, if you will, which is one of the reasons the kind of focus on election denialism that we saw Republicans lose the Senate by losing 2 runoff elections in Georgia in early 2021. So when we talk about down ballot, the control of the House that Rhonda was just talking about is really in some ways going to come down to the traditional blue states, if you will, of California and New York, and what districts that Democrats can come in and pick off, districts that Biden won that a Republican holds, and what districts Republicans can flip or play in or hold or keep competitive. So that's one thing that we're, you know, sort of watching throughout the night here is what we can gain from those states.
All right, thanks, JM. We have a major race call from our Election Insights team at this moment. We are now ready to call the race in Tennessee. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Tennessee's Republican primary. Let's go to James with the Election Insights team to talk us through what we know. James?
Trump's really running up the score in the volunteer state, Libby. Only 3% of the vote in, but overwhelming. The areas he's hitting more than his targets, really consolidating Republican support. And the numbers that we're seeing from the urban and suburban areas, Memphis, Nashville, Chattanooga, Knoxville, are good. The numbers from rural Tennessee are great for Donald Trump. A place like Cumberland County, he's literally beating Nikki Haley 4-1. Here in Decatur County, small, rural, but Trump's getting 84% of the vote. It is a testament to his strength in the South and with Republicans in rural areas. It is clear we don't need a lot of numbers to know Trump's going to get this state and all of its delegates.
James, can you explain to our viewers and our readers exactly how this kind of analysis can be reached with so small of a portion of the vote in so far?
Yeah, so we have a team of experts. We have an algorithm. We look at precincts and how they compare to previous elections. We look at what Trump's numbers were in 2016 and 2020, how many people are expected to vote, and we're able to see once precincts start coming in, we can basically cross-check them against what the number you'd expect Trump to be hitting, or the number he would need to hit based on the modeling that we're doing around the states that have voted so far. And so, it's basically the more data that's in over the course of the nominating cycle, the more comfortable we are making these projections. Now 4% of the vote is in. Trump has, 4 times as many votes as Nikki Haley.
All right, James Homan with our Election Insights team telling us all about that Tennessee result. JM, let's talk more about why a state like that is so significant. That's not a surprise result by any means, but it comes with a delegate gown and it also comes with momentum.
Both, exactly right, Libby. And Tennessee, and I'm going to refer to my notes just so I get this right for our viewers, is one of those votes that is one of those states that is a winner-take-all state, but that's only if a candidate gets 2/3 of the vote there. There's some kind of in-the-weeds rules in terms of if they're under that 2/3 margin, how those delegates get divvied up. But again, this comes back to the math problem that Nikki Haley has here. Where can she pick up delegates? There's only 2 states that are pure proportional allocations tonight, Libby. And Nikki Haley really has to start running up the score here because the momentum, the fundraising, she's kind of, her ad spend has sort of tapered off here in the last week or so here as well, Libby, one thing we haven't mentioned yet. So when we talk about what all this means, the significance of each of these states, you talk about a state like Tennessee. No, it's not unexpected, but it's yet another win for Donald Trump. It's yet another, as James was just talking about, running up the score for his campaign. It continues to build that momentum. It continues to get him in a position where he can coalesce or start to coalesce the Republican Party behind him.
James, let's talk about what that means for Nikki Haley. We'll go back to Charleston and our colleague Jorge Ribas, who's covering the Haley campaign. So, Jorge, let's talk about what sort of a path they would have going forward from here.
Right, and so listening to you all talk in the studio just about with these race calls coming in, it's really hard to see a path going forward for Haley. I mean, as JM just said, these races are being called. I mean, I'm sure wherever she is tonight with her team watching these race calls come in, they have to be thinking about what are we going to do later on? Where is our path? Because mathematically it's just getting more and more difficult, if not impossible, for her to make up what Trump is doing. I mean, in places like Virginia already being called so quickly, states that I'm sure her team thought she would do better or do well, at least push it forward a little bit. Those being called, North Carolina and Tennessee obviously just coming in. It's really hard to see a path. So the question really, Libby, like you asked, is just why is she still in this race? And that's a very good question. I mean, she has talked a lot during her stump speeches on the campaign trail how she's outlasted her other opponents, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Mike Pence, Chris Christie. She's outlasted them all. She says she likes to talk about that. Her supporters like to echo that she's still in it. She never, talks about what's next. She just talks about the race that she's won. When she's asked about other opportunities, she just talks about not wanting to come in second. She doesn't talk about second place. Now she's still in it. But really, listening to everything happening tonight, it's really hard to see what that path is after tonight.
Jorge, tell us more about some of her supporters. And, I was fascinated that folks that you've talked to have voted for Trump in the past, right? They're Republicans. They voted Republican.
Yeah.
What do they tell you about why they've made this change now to support her?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unspoken thing that she's not talking about, but that the supporters talk about a lot, right? That she should stay in it because there is a long time until the general election, and you don't know what's going to happen. I've had, they're concerned about Trump's legal issues, his health, other things that they bring up, that reasons of why she should remain in the race. They want her to be a voice. They talk to me about how she should stay through the convention, so that during the convention they can at least have a voice for what their concerns are as conservatives and what they want that's not part of the MAGA movement. And this is something that she hasn't said forthrightly, but her supporters are telling me out there on the campaign trail. And also, Dylan mentioned talking about money. I mean, her campaign has been well funded, but some of those avenues have dried up recently. And so, as Dylan said, campaigns last as long as the money lasts. And right now they have lasted, but it's telling to know that some of these big donors that have funded her campaign are pulling back. So, with a combination of that and then what the supporters tell me, it really just depends on what her campaign is seeing tonight, wherever they are tonight, what they're watching on TV, like as the races are coming in and what we're seeing. And we'll kind of see what happens after the night and whether they decide to pull back or go forward.
Thanks so much, Jorge Ribas, live for us in Charleston. Well, we have a major race call from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Oklahoma. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Oklahoma's Republican primary. Let's go to James with the Election Insights team for more on what the numbers show us. James?
Yeah, Libby, a good night for Donald Trump in the Sooner State. This is a state that he lost meaningfully in 2016 to Ted Cruz. It is perhaps a harbinger of how things will come soon in next door Texas. Enough vote is in. Donald Trump winning handily, more than 3/4 of the vote, and he's doing well in the urban areas that you'd expect Nikki Haley to do well in. He's getting 6 in 10 of the votes in the county where Oklahoma City is. He's getting 70% of the vote in Tulsa County. Those are the 2 most populous counties in the state. And then he's really running up the score in rural parts of the state. This is a county that Ted Cruz carried in 2016. Tonight, Donald Trump getting more than 90% of the vote. The benchmark for Nikki Haley that I'm watching as more numbers come in from a state like Oklahoma is in 2016, Marco Rubio got 26% of the vote, and he was running very much in the same lane as Nikki Haley, appealing to a lot of the same kind of voters. We have seen in the previous contests that Haley is essentially replicating a lot of the Rubio coalition, including in her home state of South Carolina. Haley endorsed Rubio in the 2016 race. Rubio has endorsed Trump in 2024. So as more numbers come in, it'll be interesting to see if she can match those Rubio numbers. But this is a tally that's not going to get Haley delegates out of Oklahoma.
All right, thanks so much, James. Rana, let's go to you for more analysis.
Yeah, this is just another state for Trump to put in his column. It appears to be a pretty decisive win. And I believe there are 43 delegates up for grabs in Oklahoma. So again, that just adds to the math that is against Nikki Haley right now. Again, we're still waiting for more states. Super Tuesday is almost like a national primary day where all of these states vote. But so far we have North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma. I don't think I'm forgetting one yet. But yeah, this is a night that Donald Trump may even speak soon, given that he often does come out and want to proclaim victory, but it appears to be a good night for him so far.
Let's go to Rich Matthews, who's at Mar-a-Lago following the Trump campaign. Rich, let's talk about how the news of these wins, the succession of wins from Virginia to Oklahoma, how have they been received by the crowd there?
Well, as you would expect, quick cheers, and then several times we've heard the Trump, Trump, Trump chant for a few seconds. But every time they put one of these up, the room gets a little bit louder, a little bit more excited. Now, Libby, one thing I want to talk about, I was listening earlier while you were talking about the tensions between these two campaigns, between the Nikki Haley campaign and the Trump campaign, and how even Donald Trump is frustrated that Nikki Haley is still in this campaign. I got the chance to grab Bruce Lavelle, a campaign advisor for Trump, just briefly, and I asked him, I said, hey, what are you guys saying to Nikki Haley? Because obviously there's behind-the-scenes contact, and he said, we are saying, Nikki, it's time to drop out. Now, that's not a surprise at all. That's not news at all. But what I found interesting is he said it is time for Nikki to come back to the family. He said, Nikki, if I could speak directly to Nikki Haley, I'd say you worked for President Trump before, you did a good job at the United Nations, and it is time to come back to the family, use those exact words, and help Trump get across the finish line. Help finish this thing out, finish it strong, finish it united. Now, of course, you and I don't know if former President Trump would welcome Nikki Haley back into the family, but Bruce Lavelle certainly said that she would be welcome as long as she drops out, and drops out soon. Libby?
You know, Rich, how does that square then with some of that like retribution attitude and pushback that Donald Trump himself and his advisors and assistants have been giving, both overtly and also behind the scenes?
Look, I think she can't just drop out. She would have to almost literally come back to the family, right? Throw her support to Donald Trump. There's no real indication that she would do that. However, as a Republican, you know, that's typically what happens. I mean, we've seen it with Ron DeSantis. We've seen it with Vivek. We've seen it with Tim Scott. So, you know, the odds are she's not going to drop out and say, hey, to all of her supporters, let's support Joe Biden now. You know, and this is something that obviously we see in every campaign, right? How many times are the last two standing? Does one of them end up a VP? Now, I'm also not saying that's going to happen with Nikki Haley. In fact, that's extremely unlikely. But a lot of times these candidates spend months and months debating and beating each other up and then make peace, you know, and do it for the better good of the party. That is what the Trump campaign is trying to do. And I do think that while, again, you know, President Trump and his temperament, he may be angry and frustrated with Nikki Haley, I do think that behind the scenes his campaign advisors are working to have some sort of respectable exit for Nikki Haley and asking her and wanting her support through the general election.
All right, thanks so much, Rich Matthews. You can hear him there in Mar-a-Lago in that ballroom. Very busy, very active. Donald Trump's supporters standing by to hear him speak tonight. Let's go back to James Hohman, who's at our board. You know, James, we've seen other contests in the past couple of weeks getting us to this point, getting us to Super Tuesday. I'm thinking in particular Michigan, South Carolina. What have you seen in some of these contests on the Republican side of the aisle that may have had some news for Nikki Haley's campaign that may have been positive? Anything of note?
Yeah, so let's, you know, obviously in her home state, she got 40%, won a couple counties in coastal South Carolina, affluent Charleston. But let's look at Michigan. You know, you look at the top line, kind of the story out of Michigan was the uncommitted vote against Joe Biden on the Democratic side. Partly because Donald Trump sweeps every county and wins 68-27. But underneath this sea of red, you look at the Detroit area, Wayne County, the suburbs tell quite a lot about Trump's potential vulnerability going into the general election. So Trump is doing really well in places like Macomb County, which has really low percentage of college-educated voters. Those are the old Reagan Democrats. They voted for Barack Obama twice, voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020. But then the other counties outside of Detroit that are more well-to-do, more college-educated, Oakland and Kent County, Nikki Haley got more than 1/3 of the vote in both of those counties, but also turnout was dramatically higher than in 2016 in the primary. And that's noteworthy because a lot of those Republicans didn't vote in the 2016 general election, and they did vote in 2020 for Joe Biden. A lot of those kind of old-fashioned, old-school Mitt Romney Republicans, remember Michigan's Romney's home state, they voted for Joe Biden. So you saw big turnout in Oakland and Kent in the 2020 general election. Biden's going to need those folks in 2024. Those Republicans voted for Nikki Haley last week. And so the question now, coming on the heels of everything we're talking about with our colleagues at Mar-a-Lago, is how does Trump get those people? And some of it is, Nikki Haley does have some sway. In other ways, she's sort of a vessel for them to express their discontent, just like a lot of people who voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016 weren't really voting for Bernie Sanders. They were voting against Hillary Clinton. But this is going to be one of the big questions. Michigan is going to be one of the key swing states, and getting those voters in Oakland and Kent County is going to be so essential if Biden is going to carry the state again, and figuring out how to peel off some of them who voted for Haley in the primary is really the only way that Trump could win a state he won in 16 and lost in 20.
Thanks, James. Rhonda, I want to turn to you for the question of how Donald Trump is performing, especially in some of those warning signal areas. Trump is handily winning states tonight, right? He's already racked up 4 wins so far. But if he is viewed as almost an incumbent, even though he's not, but as the recent president of the United States, if there are pockets of people who are still voting for Nikki Haley or still looking for an alternative, is that potentially bad news for him?
It is, and I think we've seen that in some of the early exit polling where Haley supporters tonight are saying that they don't know if they will support a GOP nominee when you get to the general. What's been so striking to me as we've covered this entire primary campaign up until now is that if you look at polling and you look at the performance of Nikki Haley, she has overperformed in areas. You've heard her campaign say that. She's done well in suburbs of some of these states that she hasn't carried, but she has been appealing in these suburbs. Those are the places you need to win the general. So, when you think about it, is Nikki Haley an effective primary candidate? She seems like she would be a very effective general candidate. However, you have to get through the primary to get to the general. When you look at the polling against potential matchups between her and President Biden, for a while, she has been the only candidate who has been able to beat him in these hypothetical matchups. Not all polls have showed that, but there have been polls that have consistently showed that she does very well up against Biden in the general. But it really appears that Trump has a base that will turn out in the primary contest, and that's what we're seeing tonight. So it's just really interesting to see sort of this tale of 2 elections where the candidate who will do well in the general or potentially do well in the general for Republicans is just not getting momentum in the primary.
And of course, that's part of Nikki Haley's pitch to voters, right? She's trying to tout those numbers and say, look, I can do this. I can be the candidate to go up against Biden. And as part of that, Rhonda, she's touting her Republican credentials, right? She's talking about her experience. She's talking about her winning streak in her past lower level races, of course, not the president of the United States. So how is that message just not breaking through Trump's wall?
That is a very interesting question that I think everybody's trying to get to the bottom of, really. But it is that sense, and I know political scientists I've talked to and pollsters say he is just the incumbent to many of these American voters in the Republican Party who just feel that he was president, he still is president. You're seeing, polls show that some Republicans are kind of backpedaling and saying that they believe he won the election. And you see polling suggests that their sentiment on that has changed since January 6th. So it just seems as if Trump is a figure that is just going to be hard to beat for anyone, but specifically for those running for the Republican nomination like Nikki Haley, because they're competing for voters who just feel that Trump is the incumbent in this race.
We have a major race call, Rhonda, coming from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Maine. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Maine's Republican primary. So let's go to James and the Election Insights team for what we see so far. James.
Yeah, vacation land going for Trump is a big setback for Nikki Haley. She campaigned here hard over the weekend. She had an event with Susan Collins, Maine senior senator, a Republican who endorsed her. Haley had really hoped for strong, traditional New England, flinty Republican turnout in the kind of the seacoast area, down east, Portland, and she's just not getting those numbers. There's a lot of rural voters. In some ways, the demographics are similar to New Hampshire, where Haley obviously got about 40% of the vote. But tonight, still early, still only 2% in, but Trump is going to carry Maine.
All right, Donald Trump, the projected winner, according to the AP, in Maine. Well, joining us now is national politics reporter Sabrina Rodriguez. Sabrina, good evening. You've been talking to voters all over the country. Has what you've been hearing changed as the primary has gone on? Has the focus of voters changed in the last couple of months?
I mean, the reality, it's largely unchanged. What we've been hearing since, getting on the road last year and heading into, the early primary states this year and the caucus in Iowa, is voters largely saying, Republican primary voters saying they are largely supportive of former President Donald Trump, them feeling, as Rhonda was mentioning before, that status of him as, the incumbent, them, really romanticizing what he did under his administration. They look at the economy under, his administration as having been really strong, and they don't feel that way now. They feel that, immigration is out of control. And I mean, we're seeing in the exit polls tonight that bearing true again, that the top two issues that Republican primary voters look to in some of these states is immigration and the economy. And then on the Democratic side, I mean, we're seeing also, similar where it's people are going to vote for Biden. They, people are going to turn out in the primary for him because they don't necessarily have an alternative. But there certainly is, depending on the demographic group you talk to or the age group, some frustrations that they don't have more choices on that side.
Tell us more about your reporting from places like Phoenix, for example, as you talk to Democratic voters and what their reaction is to Joe Biden and some Democrats trying to kind of craft a deal with Republicans in Congress. It ultimately fell apart due to Republican resistance. How are Democrats that you have talked to in border regions feeling about Joe Biden?
From talking to dozens of Democratic voters, whether it was activists or just everyday voters who only really tune in, when November comes around and decide to vote then, it's a lot of frustration. A lot of people don't really understand what Joe Biden's message is when it comes to immigration. A lot of people listened to him on the campaign trail in 2020, talking about how he was going to be undoing Trump-era policies, how he wanted to, usher in a fair and humane immigration system. And I will be the first to know I covered immigration for a couple years. I mean, it is an incredibly complicated subject. So for a lot of voters that just tune in periodically, there's just a feeling of what has been accomplished. They see the headlines about, historic numbers of migrant crossings at the border. They hear of, the Supreme Court, potentially ruling on DACA. And they just look at what's happening on immigration and feel like everything's a mess and nothing's getting fixed. Some people will blame, Congress in part for that. But when you are the incumbent president and you have a majority in the Senate, a lot of people don't really get past, oh, well, you need a certain amount of votes to pass something in Congress, or, oh, the House, is Republican controlled. So a lot of it just people feel like Washington and Biden are not getting much done on this front.
And Sabrina, how is that translating into enthusiasm or lack thereof? And do you get the sense that some of these enthusiasm gaps will remain into the general election?
Yeah, there's no signs of that turning up. The reality is, talking to a lot of Democratic voters and even independent voters who supported Biden in 2020, I often hear, a frustration on a number of fronts. So it isn't really it's a one issue. All these people will tell you themselves that they're not one issue voters, that immigration is not what it's going to come down to. There's a lot of frustration, has been widely reported on the Israel-Gaza war and what's going on, and a lot of people feeling, frustrated by the administration's actions. Naturally, we have seen in some weeks after, all the criticism and seeing that, impact Biden electorally in states like Michigan, and we're seeing, the administration sort of shift course, sort of make some changes to their rhetoric. So there is time. The reality is there is still 8 months until this election, but there is that concern among voters saying, maybe I plan on voting, but those people that I got out to vote, family members who are infrequent voters, it's going to be a much harder sell to get them to go out to vote in November.
You were part of a team of reporters who filed a story in mid-January, Sabrina, that was so powerful and interesting about the economy and how it is improving under President Biden, but a lot of voters just aren't giving him credit. And it really has some vignettes of families who are just trying to figure out how to get by and get a little bit higher on the ladder of their own, personal welfare. Are voters connecting the big economic trends we see with their personal experience? And are they giving anybody credit or blame for what they're feeling?
Oftentimes, I really hear the president taking the brunt of the blame for it, even when it's things. I've had many voters that will actually tell me, no, logically, I know that inflation is not in his control, or logically, I know that when gas prices were up, late last year, that wasn't necessarily his fault. And yet they still felt, but he's the president. Or there's always like a but that comes in talking to voters at times when they're just frustrated. The reality is I can't tell you how many times I hear voters that specifically know the exact cost of the gallon of milk that they're buying and how much it used to cost a year ago, or a carton of eggs. It's milk and carton of eggs. Those are the two that I always hear. That's the measurement for how people feel things are going economically. And I think unless we see those prices go down, which we know, and I leave it to our economic reporters who do a fantastic job, but it's well established that that is not necessarily up to Joe Biden. But I think unless people really start to feel that, there has been some type of improvement, whether that is, them being able to find a good paying job, them feeling that they were able to land that house they wanted to buy, or they were able to, rent at this apartment that used to be more expensive. Again, things that are not necessarily in the control of the president, but it's going to take those things happening more often in people's lives for them to start feeling, okay, things are actually good. And when the president says the economy is strong, okay, I can see it.
Sabrina Rodriguez, national politics reporter, thank you so much for talking with us tonight.
Thanks.
Well, Joe Biden, as the incumbent president, is racking up delegates. We're seeing it on our screen tonight, some wins that he's getting across the country, and all this moves him closer toward the Democratic nomination. But under the top headlines are a lot of interesting stories about how voters are making their voices heard, and some have concerns about him as a leader. One of the concerns is anger at the war in Gaza. Let's bring in our principal data scientist, Lenny Bronner, who's been looking at the Democratic primary results in one battleground state that has a significant Muslim American population. Lenny, I said bring back because you're always with us. You're always there crunching the numbers and figuring this stuff out behind the scenes. But we really want to have you on now to tell us about Michigan and what you learned about Michigan's recent primary results.
Absolutely. Thank you, Libby. So just as a quick reminder, 13% of the Democratic electorate in Michigan voted uncommitted, so voted that they didn't want to choose Joe Biden to be the Democratic nominee. And we saw this across the state, approximately 13%. But what's really interesting about Michigan in particular is that there are areas of the state that have a significant Muslim American population, particularly around Dearborn. And because we were able to get precinct level results for Wayne County, which is the county in which Dearborn lies, we were able to take a bit of a more granular look. And I brought a chart with me here to kind of illustrate this. And so what we can see is here in the top 4 bars here, we can see these are the precincts in Wayne County with the lowest density of Muslim Americans. And we can see that in most of those counties, something like 10% of the population voted uncommitted. And the bar here at the bottom really, really stands out. These are the counties with the 20% highest density of Muslim Americans. And what we can see here is that 40% of the people that voted in the Democratic primary voted uncommitted. And in fact, I didn't bring a chart to show this, but we can drill down even closer. And we can see that if we look at the precincts that are overwhelmingly Muslim American, that are 80, 90, 100% Muslim American, up to around 75% of the people there voted uncommitted, which makes us can let us infer that approximately 75% of Muslim Americans in Michigan voted uncommitted and didn't vote for Joe Biden. Libby?
Wow. So, Lenny, what could this mean for a race between Biden and Trump if that happens in the fall?
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate reality is it's really, really hard to infer from primary results what's going to happen in the general. So I can't really say very much. You know, as an example, Barack Obama had a pretty significant uncommitted vote for him in Michigan back in 2012, 10%, which is nearly the same as the 13% voted uncommitted in 2012, and yet Barack Obama won Michigan by 10 percentage points. There's another example that I want to look into, which is Elliott County in Kentucky, which he actually lost to uncommitted in 2012, and yet he won that county in the general election in November. So we really can't say very much from these primary results to project forwards onto the general. Most people do get in line. Most voters who vote in a party primary do end up voting for the nominee of their party. But obviously, this issue has a lot of strong feelings associated with it, and it's really, really hard to say. Libby?
Yeah, so do you think that uncommitted voters staying home could be a problem for Democrats outside of Michigan?
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's a great question. Obviously, Muslim Americans exist all over the United States. Michigan does have a particularly high density of them, which is why we're able to put charts together. But it's really not just Muslim Americans who are voting uncommitted for a variety of reasons, including because of the war in Gaza. I mean, we can see in the chart here that even in the lowest density precincts in Wayne County, 10% of the population voted uncommitted. And I have a second chart with me here, which shows on the x-axis the population in the precincts under the age of 30, and on the y-axis the percentage of people who voted uncommitted. And we can see that there is a strong positive correlation. It really shows that this issue is a real issue for a lot of young voters. A lot of young voters under the age of 30, did vote uncommitted in Michigan, and obviously those exist in large numbers all over the United States and are a core constituency of the Democratic Party.
Lenny Bronner, principal data scientist. Thanks so much, Lenny. You know, Rhonda, these numbers are so fascinating when you look at that protest vote. And a big question, of course, is will those people come back to the fold, so to speak, and vote for Joe Biden in the fall? But there's the other question of just the issues they're passionate about or the reasons they feel disaffected. How will they be addressed in the next, months going forward?
Yeah, I think what we can see from the Michigan, the uncommitted vote campaign is that there is discontent there in that group of voters. And I like what Lenny just said toward the end. You don't really know why people voted uncommitted, but you do see this as something that is particularly galvanizing for young voters. And that's really important because young voters can really be the swing key vote in a lot of tight elections. And it also raises the question of if they do the uncommitted vote during the primary, will they just taper off, have no enthusiasm by the time you get to the general? Now, we know that as this conflict in the Middle East continues to go on, it is an Achilles heel for the Biden administration, who they're trying in the last few weeks to be very public of where their stance is. There were airdrops, of course, to Gaza for humanitarian aid. Biden recently said that he's hoping that there will be ceasefire talks that are successful soon. But you can tell that this is going to be an issue moving forward. But on the flip side, and this is something that perhaps those voters who were in the Detroit area voting uncommitted, I'm not sure if this was on their mind, but remember, Trump was president during and chose to do the Muslim travel ban early on in his administration. That was weeks into his administration. So
it was like minutes into his administration.
Minutes. And all the chaos that came from that. Families separated at airports, not knowing if they could come in or out of the country. Is that going to be on the voters' minds as well if he's the alternative vote, or the alternative candidate? So there's a lot to chew on when it comes to some of these granular issues that seem to be cropping up as bigger election issues moving forward. And you just see that discontent that a lot of voters are having. And it is a worrisome sign that a lot of people just may sit it out.
J.M. Rieger, let's talk more about the uncommitted opportunity tonight. Like, where can people vote uncommitted? Where can they say that they would like to see a delegate? Does it represent someone other than Joe Biden ultimately?
Yeah, it's roughly half of the Democratic primary states tonight, Libby, have some sort of either uncommitted or write-in or another form of uncommitted. Different states kind of listed different ways. And as Rhonda was just talking about, this is a potential significant liability for the Biden campaign. Although I do want to note that what we've seen in polling is while the Israel-Gaza issue is a significant liability among Democratic voters for Joe Biden, the big issues still continue to be immigration, economy, and Biden's age, even above the Israel-Gaza issue for Biden. This also comes back to sort of a theme that we've touched on repeatedly in these broadcasts, Libby, which is Donald Trump has a ceiling issue, a ceiling of support that he has not been able to get over in the past two presidential elections. Joe Biden has an enthusiasm issue this election. We've seen his poll numbers have continuously been down. We've seen some consumer sentiment on the economy, for example, start to tick up a little bit. And if you're the Biden campaign, you know, that's good news. And they will see, obviously, you know, depending on what happens. We've still got a little ways to go until the general, what happens on that front. But when you talk to the Biden campaign, when we listen to what they're saying in terms of their strategy, and you hear it in even just President Biden's speeches, they harp over and over again on the democracy issue, on the threat that Donald Trump, that they say Donald Trump poses to the country. And one of the reasons that they're doing that is because it worked for them in 2020. This and in an election where you have a very unpopular candidate in President Biden talking about these bigger issues, making a fear of a second Trump term central to your campaign. It is a big bet on the Biden campaign's part. It is a big risk, but it might pay off for them again. That's obviously what they're banking on.
JM, we have a race call from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Alabama. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Alabama's Republican primary. Let's go to Rhonda to talk more about what this means. Rhonda, this is the 5th win for Donald Trump tonight. 6, actually, if I count Maine, which I should. How significant are these wins that he's getting here?
They're pretty significant because they are just racking up more and more momentum, and then, of course, the delegate math. However, Alabama was one of those states that if you were to assume anything, this was the state that was going to go to Donald Trump. He is highly popular there. It is a deep red ruby state in its politics. I don't even know if he really needs to campaign there because he has so much support. You also think of the senators who have come from Alabama. Tommy Tuberville ran pretty much solely for his U.S. Senate seat based on his associations with President Trump, and that won over voters. So this is a very, this is friendly territory for the former president.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who is live in Charleston, South Carolina tonight. Jorge, you've been following Nikki Haley's campaign. And I'm interested to hear more from you about what her pitch has been to voters. What has it been, and what is it at this point?
Yeah, Libby, I've talked a lot tonight about how one of her main pitches has been that she's the non-chaotic president. But another thing that, or not the non-chaotic candidate, one of the other things that she's talked a lot about throughout her campaign, throughout these stump speeches, is that how she's the best candidate to beat Joe Biden in the general election. She's always talked about how she polls higher. And I want to know a little bit more about that, whether she was telling the truth, what polls she was using. I reached out to our Washington Post poll team, and she's right. I mean, according to polls that the Washington Post considers worthwhile to follow, that she, in the general election, she would beat Biden by 5 points, whereas these same polls, these 2024 polls, show that Trump just edges out Biden by about 1 point. Now, that's all well said and good when you're saying that on the stump and you're talking to people there. But at the end of the day, what really matters, and based on all these race calls we're hearing tonight that Trump is winning all these states, is whether these voters come home to Donald Trump. We've talked about that a lot. That's come up tonight a lot, about whether these voters come home for Trump that are voting for Haley, that are in these primaries, whether they'll vote for him in the general election. And whether some of these open primaries are a bit misleading. That's something that the Trump campaign has said, that there's a lot of independents and Democrats voting in these states that are giving Haley these 35, 40% in these races. Now, not all of these states are open primaries, so that can't be the case. There have to be, and that what I met is a lot of Republicans that have voted for, that are voting for Nikki Haley, supporting Nikki Haley. A lot of voters that voted for Donald Trump in 2020 and 2016 that are voting for Nikki Haley in the primary. And so it just goes to see whether Trump can appeal to these voters and bring them back into the fold if he takes the primary and he goes on to do the general election.
You know, Jorge, I just want to ask you one last thing about Nikki Haley before we move on, and we'll come back to you later on tonight. You know, people who support her, some of them have told you they're more moderate. Some really are just traditional Republicans, right? They're very conservative. They're just more traditional. Where do they go from here?
Right. And so that's one of the big questions. And a lot of the voters that have talked to me about why they like Nikki Haley have told me they also supported Donald Trump's policies, that they want him to focus on things like the economy and immigration, these issues that are important to them, and stay away from the grievance politics and rehashing the 2020 election. And they're worried about his trials, and they just want him to focus on the issues. One woman I talked to said she doesn't know if it's possible for him to do that, and that's what kind of turns her off about him. But also whether Trump can welcome back, whether his campaign can welcome back some of these moderates. And I don't know if that's possible. When you hear him, just yesterday he was talking about pushing the Romneys of the world out of the MAGA movement. I don't know how that, saying that, appeals to these moderates. A lot of these moderates voted for people like Mitt Romney. And saying things like that, I don't know if you can ultimately get back those voters when you're making statements like that leading up through the general. Now, he may change his tone if he wins the primary and the nomination goes through, and he's going through the summer and he's talking to woo back some of those voters that he's sort of pushed away, some of these moderates that are appealing to Haley. But it remains to be seen whether how many of those voters come back. How many of the people told me they're done voting for him? They're never voting for him again. I press them when they're walking into that voting booth. It's November and there's Biden and there's Trump on that ballot. Who are they marking down? Some people told me they're going to leave that space blank. They'll concentrate on down ballot. I didn't really have anyone tell me they were voting for Biden, but what they did tell me was they were either going to leave that space blank, they were going to write in a candidate. I had some people tell me they were going to write in Nikki Haley, write in RFK Jr., or just leave it blank. I had some people tell me that they might, just bite the bullet and vote for Donald Trump. But really, it's just seeing how he turns and appeals to these voters. 35%, 25, 40% of voters who have voted for Haley in this primary.
All right, thank you, Jorge Ribas, live for us in Charleston. We have a major race call now from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Massachusetts. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Massachusetts Republican primary. Let's go to James Homan with the Election Insight team for more. James?
Trump has won the Bay State, Libby, a significant victory, and the results that have come in this far really tell the story of the night. Trump did win Massachusetts 8 years ago. This is sort of a Trump kind of state as far as Republicans are concerned, but it's because of Western Massachusetts. You can see in the Boston suburbs, the Boston bedroom communities, Nikki Haley's doing quite well. Places like Somerville, Malden, Nikki Haley is leading with most of the votes cast. But then compare that to basically the post-industrial former factory part of Massachusetts, Springfield, Trump winning 3-1 with most of the votes counted, and Worcester, another area that's sort of gritty, post-industrial, Trump winning 2/3 of the vote, even better than 8 years ago when he was also winning these primaries. So the number of Republican votes here in Western Mass is just totally overpowering votes around Boston. And you can see, basically the Nikki Haley base of the Republican Party is the Cape. And, in Provincetown, a popular summer destination. There's only, basically all the votes have already been counted because not that many people live there year round. 100 people have voted. Nikki Haley winning about 6 in 10 of them. And that's obviously, a kind of well-to-do, affluent area. But this is not the Republican Party. The Republican Party is in this area, and this is Trump country.
All right, James, thank you so much. Joining us now is Ashley Parker, Senior National Political Correspondent. Hi, Ashley. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hey, thanks for having me.
If you're Donald Trump and you're looking at Super Tuesday, what do you want out of this? Is it just like a clean sweep of all the states?
Yeah, Donald Trump just wants to be able to declare this over, right? He has found Governor Haley to be very pesky, kind of nipping on his heels, and, probably most notably in New Hampshire, getting second place and going out there and, pulling a Trump and all but declaring victory. Donald Trump wants to consolidate the party behind him. He wants to consolidate the Republican National Committee behind him. And he doesn't want to have to worry about being attacked from Nikki Haley. He's believed quite correctly, it seems, all along that he was going to win, that she didn't pose an actual electoral challenge to him in getting his party's nomination. But she has been, in some states, taking a sizable chunk of the vote away from him and making a compelling case to a certain set of voters against him that he would rather not have made. So he wants to win. He wants to be the official nominee. He wants to put Nikki Haley in his rearview mirror.
Ashley, if you're Nikki Haley and her team, what do you realistically want out of this night? I mean, there was not a sense or an expectation that she would sweep tonight, that she would have any sort of massive win or some, miracle comeback from behind. So what are they really looking to try to achieve here? Do we know?
I mean, that is the question. I think earlier on, kind of around Iowa, New Hampshire, she knew she was probably not going to win her home state of South Carolina, but there was this sense that in certain states that are open primaries, right, meaning that it's not just Republicans who can vote, but independents, some Democrats if they change their registration, that she could do quite well. So early on, I think she very genuinely wanted to see and wanted to play in these states. I've been struck watching her in the past few weeks. Dylan Wells, our Haley reporter, and myself were just at a small on-the-record event she held with reporters last week. And I think now she's looking to finish this on her terms. She has cast herself as a happy warrior, offering a vision of the Republican Party that may not win the day this cycle, but that she at least thinks is what the Republican Party could be in the future, which, to hear her describe it, are sort of traditional conservative values on issues of being pro-life, on being fiscally conservative, on sort of peace through strength, a Reagan-era foreign policy, but also trying to implement, I don't know if you remember way back when, that Republican autopsy report back after the 2012 campaign of growing the party, of being more inclusive, of speaking to minorities and groups that Republicans don't normally attract. And it feels like she wants to go out on those terms. And even tonight, her campaign put out a planning email saying she's not making remarks, but everyone is in good spirits. And she wants this to end, I think, in a happy, optimistic, forward-looking way.
And she's only 52 years old, Ashley. How much do you get the sense that they're thinking about 4 years from now versus just, I'm trying to do the math on how many months are left till November. I have like a tear-off calendar everywhere, so I don't. Yeah. But how much are they looking at 4 years from now?
To the election.
Exactly. How much is it about 2028 and a presidential race there versus November, and being able to say either like I told you so, or I warned you, or if Trump loses, I'm here. Let's reset.
Right. So to take her at her word, and she has been pretty clear, and she kind of said the quiet part out loud. She said, the minute you start talking about how you're going to end or what your plan is after Super Tuesday or what you might want to do in 4 years, right? Like the race is over. But, if we're being honest, She's incredibly ambitious. She's always been ambitious. She plays to win. She's young. She's a woman, and she subtly always reminds you of that, all the fellas, she'll say. She's the last woman standing against Donald Trump. I mean, it is hard. And again, it depends on where the Republican Party goes, right? The one thing that's clear about Nikki Haley is she is not going to do a 180 on who she is and what she believes to try to win the nomination this time. But there is definitely a sense that if the party swings back to where she believes, or at least hopes it will, that she will be that obvious standard bearer. And I would be very surprised if we don't hear from her again and again and again.
What are you watching tonight, Ashley? What are you watching for in terms of reading the numbers, reading the exit polls? What are you focused on?
Again, you guys touched on this a bit earlier, but I'm sort of fascinated on where these Haley voters go. Some of them are going to vote Republican no matter what. That means they'll vote for Donald Trump if he's the nominee. Some of them may vote for Biden. That's kind of obviously the most interesting and fascinating part, because I was talking to people just kind of try asking that same question you asked me. What is she doing? What is her end game? What is the point of this? And she has sort of inadvertently been thrust into the role of leading an anti-Trump resistance, even though she will very clearly say, I'm not anti-Trump. She says, I served in his administration proudly. I proudly voted for him twice. I think he had a lot of good policies, right? She's been very careful while ramping up that pressure. But again, I talked to some Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, so sort of the never Trumpers, and they are optimistic, and it may be false optimism, but they're optimistic that she has been able to make a case to voters, that voters would not hear from, say, certainly a Democrat, but even a Liz Cheney, a Chris Christie. They don't want to hear it from a never Trumper, but someone like Nikki Haley. She is sort of providing Republicans who maybe like her, likes the Trump policies, like her, voted for him twice, but they don't like the chaos. They don't like the, 91 indictments across 4 criminal cases. They don't like the amounts of money he's been ordered to pay by juries and judges. She is providing them with an off-ramp. So in addition to what her voters are going to be doing, I'm going to be watching if and when she drops out, what she does. Does she immediately endorse Donald Trump? I don't think so. Does she begrudgingly endorse him but kind of stay quiet? Does she take a bigger stance? I think that will be very instructive, potentially for the impact it could have on the race, but also for what we were discussing earlier of what does this mean for Nikki Haley in the future?
Yeah, such great questions. Ashley, as we watch Donald Trump tonight, how much do you watch him for signs and signals as someone who covered him so closely in the White House, that he is sort of exercising self-control? We really did see Nikki Haley get under his skin when she refused to drop out just a couple races in, right? Since then, he's sort of stayed on prompter more. He's tried to sort of talk about Joe Biden more than Nikki Haley. But how much are you watching him to reveal sort of what might be bubbling beneath the surface in terms of his agenda right now?
So I think it's twofold. Having covered Donald Trump since 2015, really, all of his campaigns, all 3 of his campaigns, all 4 years of his White House, I'm skeptical of the idea of this is the night or this is the moment when Donald Trump becomes presidential, when Donald Trump becomes a unifier. We've seen that he's capable of reading off of a teleprompter and being disciplined in moments. So if he does that, it's interesting. I don't think it really tells us anything beyond tonight. He stuck to a script, he stuck to a teleprompter, he listened to the people around him. That said, if he is not disciplined tonight, and if he does sort of share his true sentiments and true frustrations about Nikki Haley and is not magnanimous after what looks like, sweeping or just about sweeping all of these Super Tuesday states, that I think will actually be more instructive than a disciplined Donald Trump, for one night in a campaign cycle.
Ashley Parker, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Rhonda, it is what a journey, right? Starting with that 2015, covering this candidate, going to the White House, focusing on Trump serving as president. It really does seem like for many voters, this is deja vu, right? The fact that we are right back where we were in 2020, Trump versus Biden. And we're hearing from voters, they're not excited about that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the whole point right now. And what a lot of people are watching is what happens to voters, their enthusiasm levels. I mean, early on, when this primary seemed to point to a matchup once again between President Biden and former President Trump, a lot of polling suggests that people just aren't interested in that. But again, the reality is there isn't much you can do about that. We've seen, and we haven't mentioned it much tonight, but President Biden has been winning these primary states and gaining his delegate count in order to be the nominee at the DNC this summer. So this is the reality. These potentially, Trump will be the nominee for the Republican Party, and it will be that return to that matchup. But the interesting thing is, so much has happened since we first met Donald Trump as a presidential candidate. I remember talking to our reporters back in 2016 who were covering his election night party and saying there was a sense of awe from his campaign, realizing that they had just won. And what do we do with this? You fast forward. There were many challenges from Congress investigating him, the Mueller report. We move on to 2 impeachments. January 6th happened. All of these court cases we've been covering this year and will continue to cover this year. Those are all the things we now know about Trump, but yet the Republican voters in these states so far feel as if that's okay for them.
Well, Rhonda, we have some race calls to make, 2 major race calls, in fact, coming from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Texas. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win that Republican primary. And in Arkansas, the AP reports that Trump will win that race. Let's go to James and the Election Insights team for more. Let's start with Texas, James.
There are 254 counties in the Lone Star State, Libby, and Donald Trump looks like he may win all of them. Nikki Haley is losing handily in the counties where she should be doing best. We're very comfortable with 40% of the vote in, more than 1 million votes cast. Donald Trump winning 3/4 of the vote. Texas is the second biggest prize of the night, 160 delegates at stake, second only to California. This is a huge victory for Trump. It's going to mean a massive increase in his delegate total. Let's just look at some of the big urban counties in the DFW area, the Metroplex, Fort Worth, Dallas, around Austin, around San Antonio, Trump doing very well. A suburban county, Collin County, home to Plano, north of Dallas, high college-educated percentage. Nikki Haley's only getting 25% with 60% of the vote counted. You can look down, Austin. This is an area, Travis County, the most Democratic county, a major county of the state, kind of a more moderate, business-friendly Republican. Nikki Haley only getting 1/3 of the vote. So big numbers, huge turnout in Texas. There are a lot of very competitive state legislative races, and that has increased turnout. I mean, more than 1 million Republican votes. Indeed, several 100,000 Democratic votes as well. You mentioned also Donald Trump has won Arkansas. Fewer returns in, much lower turnout, a lot fewer delegates, only 40 delegates. But Trump is running up the score in the rural part of the state and in Little Rock, Pulaski County, the most populous area where Haley has to do well. 1/3 of the votes in, but she's getting under 40%. 40%, she would say, is respectable. It's not enough. So we now find ourselves at the point in the night where, remember, this is about delegates. Finishing second place is being first loser. And Donald Trump has 297 delegates. This is updating live. Donald Trump needs 1,215 delegates. Remember, about 850 are up for grabs tonight. These numbers will continue to go up. Nikki Haley is not getting delegates. I mean, a lot of these states have become winner take all. Trump maneuvered to change the rules, and he's getting the numbers that he needs.
James, any surprises tonight? Anything that stands out to you in terms of states, in terms of numbers, that you think we should really dwell on for a moment here?
Yeah, I mean, all of our election insights team here has been obsessing about literally the least consequential state that's voting of the 15 Republican states because it is tight as a tick. It's amazing. It's incredible. Nikki Haley is doing really well in small towns. It's been neck and neck. Again, not that many votes. It's Vermont. It's Bernie country. But Trump and Haley really going back and forth. And there's a scenario, there's a path for Haley to win here. This would be, besides DC, this would be the first state that she wins. But again, this is not that many delegates. You know what we're seeing Trump consolidate support. Nikki Haley is not hitting even the kind of the numbers that her team had hoped she'd hit tonight. It's a good night for Donald Trump.
All right, James, stay with us because we have another major race call from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Colorado. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Trump will win Colorado's Republican primary. So let's go back to James with more on this. James.
This is a state where Nikki Haley may get delegates. Colorado awards their delegates proportionally, and Haley's doing pretty well. 45% of the votes counted. Trump's going to carry the state. He's at 60% right now, but Haley could get upwards of 40%. So she could end up with, from Colorado at least, close to half the delegates. And you can see why. I mean, Nikki Haley is winning Denver County. Denver's dense, fastest growing part of the state. Trump winning the suburban counties outside of Denver, sort of the ring counties, Jefferson, Apache. But Nikki Haley holding her own in some of the western slope areas. And you can see this, we just got numbers from Park County. These, Trump's going to win. Trump's going to do well in rural areas. But Colorado is the kind of state where basically Nikki Haley Republicans have gravitated toward. And this is the kind of state where Donald Trump really struggles in a general election environment unless he can figure out how to make significant inroads with Hispanic voters. The other dynamic about Colorado is it's a vote by mail state, so turnout tends to be higher. And at least for the last 12 years, that has disadvantaged Republicans in presidential elections.
Thanks so much, James. Rhonda, let's go to you for more on as the states rack up here. 15 states voting today in the Republican field. As the states rack up here for Donald Trump, does it mean anything for Nikki Haley to see potentially some delegates out of this evening?
I think it does, especially if there is that scenario that's been talked about that she might try to be a thorn in Trump's side at the RNC convention later in the summer. I'm not sure if that is what is on her mind right now, but picking up a few delegates, that can't harm her. However, one thing that's striking me tonight is how fast these results are coming in, which, you know, when AP is making projections, that means that they have full faith that this is going to go in a certain direction. And, you know, we've both covered Super Tuesday nights where you don't get results in all this quickly. So this does show that Trump has pretty much a lot of enthusiasm in these states, at least when it comes to primary voters who wanted to turn out for him. I think that is striking to see all of these come out so quickly, one after the other. That does mean he is winning handedly.
Yeah. J.M. Rieger, let's go to you for how Donald Trump is doing tonight compared to like the last time he was not the incumbent president when he was first running back in 2016.
Yeah, look at the map tonight, Libby. Donald Trump has won every single state that has been called so far by the AP. 2016, it's not an exact apples-to-apples comparison because there were some states in Super Tuesday in 2016 in the Republican side that are not on the map tonight. Trump lost 4 states that night, though. And I think that's notable because, again, when we're talking about the math here, when we're talking about momentum, when we're talking about next steps for Haley, and she can't even win a single state so far, there are certain states where she's just getting wiped off the map in terms of every single county in those states. It's striking how much Trump is dominating here in these states. I think we have to really just drive that point home and emphasize that Republican voters are saying forcefully that they want Donald Trump. Yes, there are vulnerabilities for him. Yes, there is a significant chunk that at this point is voting for Nikki Haley. But the overwhelming enthusiasm, if you will, at this point in the contest is with Donald Trump, and I think tonight's results so far really drive that home.
Thanks so much, JM. Well, let's go to Mar-a-Lago. This is where Donald Trump is going to be speaking later on tonight. Our colleague Rich Matthews is in Florida, right there in that ballroom. Rich, tell us about the mood there. First of all, like what is the vibe in the room as these numbers come in?
Well, as you can expect, the vibe is excited, happy, jubilant. Every time another state is called, the crowd cheers. During a lot of the live shots up here, the crowd is chanting USA, USA, Trump, Trump in the background. The folks here at Mar-a-Lago are certainly having a good night. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to speak any second, but the still photographers here have been told that Donald Trump will be coming out shortly, and the crowd is being kind of herded, for lack of a better term, towards the seating area. But I'll tell you, we don't see Secret Service at their posts. That's generally the best tip that Trump is coming out momentarily, because when those guys come out and take their posts, you usually see him within just a couple of minutes. But again, everybody here has been alerted to get in place, and that he will be speaking shortly. Again, whatever that means, I really don't know. Libby?
Why is Donald Trump there, Rich? Why is he not in one of the big states we've been watching tonight?
That's a great question. You know, it's simple. This is his home, right? He's comfortable here. He knows this area. His crowd here is a home crowd. I think if it was a more competitive race, frankly, we'd see him out campaigning. President Trump did go to Texas last week. That was an important campaign stop, and he, was seen with Greg Abbott, a very popular governor of Texas. But right now, the fact is he doesn't have to be out hustling votes. He doesn't have to be out doing press. So he's here at home in Mar-a-Lago. And we should mention, Florida has yet to vote. So, in fact, that is a primary that might just put him over the top if Nikki Haley does stay in the race. Libby?
All right. Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. JM, what are you watching tonight to ultimately be the potential takeaway? If Donald Trump wins all of these states, is that the big headline, that it would be essentially a clean sweep through Super Tuesday, which puts him on a glide path at that point?
Yeah, absolutely. If Trump, even if Trump doesn't win every delegate on the map, where he's at right now, if this trend continues, there's a scenario here where Trump is functionally the nominee. He could have this wrapped up as early as March 12th or as early as March 19th. But I think there are a lot of scenarios here now, even being generous in modeling for Haley, where this could be wrapped up before we get to the end of the month. And I'll just circle back, Libby, to what I said off the top of the show, which is how remarkable that would be if Trump has wrapped up and has locked up, secured the Republican nomination before any of his criminal trials have begun. And again, I'll note for our viewers that one of those criminal trials was supposed to begin yesterday and has now been delayed. That's the federal January 6th trial with Jack Smith. And now his first trial is slated at this point for March 25th, but it really does look, as we get further and further along, as the days tick by, as the weeks tick by, that a lot of those trials could drift either through Election Day or not begin until after Election Day. A lot of hypotheticals there, a lot of things to play out. But yes, is Trump going to have this locked up? And what does that mean momentum-wise? And what does that mean, by the way, for the Nikki Haley supporters, any semblance of the Never Trump supporters, if you will, within the Republican Party? Where do they go from here? Which was something that Ashley Parker was touching on in a previous segment, which is, do they find their way back to Trump, or do they drift away? Do they vote for Joe Biden? Do they vote third party? a lot of ways that this could go, stuff that we will definitely be watching here.
All right, thanks, JM. Rhonda, I want to pivot for a moment. We're seeing kind of the rolling tally on the screen at the bottom there about how Joe Biden's doing tonight, right? He is, you can see right there, winning Vermont, winning a lot of states. Not a surprise, of course, he is the incumbent. But there are 16 states, 15 states rather, one territory who are getting to weigh in on the Democratic side of the aisle this evening. Why is it important that we're also watching how Joe Biden does?
Well, it's important to also, and you may not get this result tonight, but to look at how many Democrats have come out in these states, specifically these states that in November, when we're covering the general election, we will be looking at. North Carolina is one of those states. Virginia is one of those states. To some degree, Colorado as well. California, when we get those results. Seeing what margin Democratic voters came out in support for Biden and compare those to the last year, 2020, the last general, and see if there's any sort of signs about any sort of enthusiasm gaps. We've been reporting, tonight and also in our paper that many voters are just not excited at all about either the primary or the general specifically. So I think that that's one of the keys right now is to look at what type of momentum is building in states, especially states that have high electoral college counts as well. So that's something to look at tonight. We know President Biden, the last time we have really seen him was last week at the border, where he was putting the failure of that border bill, that was a bipartisan border bill in the Senate. The Senate passed it. The House would not take it up because Trump directed them not to. He has started pointing the finger at House Republicans for failing to do anything and also Trump for failing to do anything. I would expect that to continue on through this week when we cover, not Super Tuesday, State of the Union on Thursday. He will also bring that up as well. So this is also a little bit of a soft campaign launch for him. Of course, he has formally launched his campaign, but this is an important week for him to sort of start building up his own momentum, start really going after Trump as the general nominee.
Yeah, such an important point, JM, that this is a huge week for Joe Biden because of State of the Union, because of Super Tuesday, and as we watch him sort of make this official as he gets closer to the delegate count, that will also be part of his team sort of messaging and trying to build some momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been this ongoing sort of discussion among the Biden team of, how much do you put Joe Biden out there? How much do you not? And, I would expect that we would start to see him a little more in the State of the Union. They're sort of viewing this as a launching pad for his, recentering, refocusing the race, if you will, saying that, we know this is a two-person race. This is Trump, Biden. This is a rematch. And putting voters in that kind of frame of mind, if you will. And Biden is really going to have to, I expect we're going to hear stuff on immigration, stuff on the economy, touting his accomplishments. But he's really also going to be looking for a moment out of State of the Union that gives him sort of that momentum boost going in, something like what he got last year on Social Security when he had that exchange with Republicans that some of our viewers might recall, talking about how he almost sort of goaded some of the House Republicans into reacting to him when he said that they wanted to make cuts to Social Security, make cuts to Medicare. Republicans vehemently objected to that, and Biden essentially sort of took that as a win, if you will. He's looking for, maybe not that sort of exchange, but something where he can get some momentum going here, where he can tout his accomplishments, and where he can start to see maybe voter sentiment on issues like the economy, on issues like immigration, things that Rhonda was just talking about, where he can start to maybe build some of that up, because we are seeing that really as those top two issues. But as I said earlier, Libby, the Biden campaign, while they want to work on that, while they want to bolster that, what they are also trying to do is really say that this is a choice in terms of the direction of the country. They're framing this much, in a higher arc, if you will, than on the basic kitchen table issues, economy, immigration, et cetera. That this is a fight for, as Biden would say, the soul of America, that democracy's on the table. And I think we can expect that we're going to see a lot more of that in the weeks and months ahead here in the lead up to the election, similar to what we saw in 2020 and similar to what we saw in the weeks leading up to the 2022 midterms, where Biden talked about democracy being on the ballot. And I think we might see that again here in the run-up.
Yeah, thanks so much, J.M. Rieger. And we'll be tracking just how Biden does this sort of launch as he pivots to the general election. The Washington Post will be live on Thursday night for the State of the Union, which is always an event, always something that we cover. This year will be a particular interest as we watch to see how President Biden frames his role in this moment. Let's go back to Jorge Ribas, who's live for us in Charleston tonight. You know, Jorge, just as candidates game out and think about where they're going to be on a big election night, what's going to happen, newsrooms do too, as we figure out where to put people in the field. And you've been trying to figure out where you would go to find Nikki Haley. It turns out she did not go to a Super Tuesday state. She returned home to South Carolina. So we're really not hearing much from her tonight, rather. Tell us about that.
Right. We've been here at this park all night, and we've been here. I mean, it's beautiful. There's a nice pineapple-shaped fountain behind me. But we've been here because there aren't any campaign events. Our video director, Michael Gelman, slacked me that maybe we should have driven around in a car just looking for her throughout Charleston. That might have been a better idea than just standing here all night. But, yeah, I mean, there just haven't been any events planned. I mean, and it's odd because her campaign had been very good about posting their events on their calendar, on their website, about sending email outs, alerts to reporters who were following her about where she was going to be, whether it was on the night of a primary or whether it was just campaign stops along the way. And she had been to a lot of the Super Tuesday states this week prior. But yeah, there was just nothing on the calendar and really like no emails coming in. I've been frantically refreshing my email all day, just wondering maybe I missed something. Maybe she's going to show up somewhere tonight that we could hustle to and get there, but there just haven't been anything. So we've just been here all night and just kind of wondering what the next step for her might be. I mean, I just kind of keep imagining like she's watching these and her staff is watching these results roll in, win after win announced for Donald Trump, and what the next step is, what is their planning, and waiting to see if they're going to make a statement tonight or tomorrow, what's the plan, if there's going to be any kind of statement or if she's just going to keep going. But right now, Libby, yeah, I mean, we just don't know. We're just kind of waiting to see what happens.
I mean, Jorge, it's a bigger question of where Nikki Haley goes after this, right? We do see a primary next week. There's one the following week. The calendar marches on, but Donald Trump could potentially have enough delegates to lock it up this month. So what are her options moving forward?
Right. And so one of the things that's been interesting is having her supporters kind of conjecture to me what they would like if she's not on the ballot. I had someone tell me that they really just wanted her to stay in the race, but to preserve her dignity and not, like fight it out beyond and not get, in the mud and with Trump and damage her reputation. I mean, one of the things that smartly people have said to me at Haley events and earlier also when I was covering Ron DeSantis is that Trump is going to be, no matter what, if he wins, in November, he's a one-term president. He can't run again. And looking at Haley as a candidate for the future. So if she's not a nominee this time, looking ahead that she could be the nominee 4 years down the road and not damage her reputation amongst conservatives, but also amongst conservatives who like Donald Trump. And that's kind of part of the problem that she's had, I think, is attacking Donald Trump, but not attacking him too much. And why at the first, as she was campaigning early on, she was careful not to do that. She's started to more in the last few weeks, but for a while it was kind of a balancing act. And I think maybe, what I had some voters tell me is they don't want her getting into that because she may need those voters if she wants to run again. I had a couple of voters supporters tell me that they wanted her to run, maybe she could get back in the fold and be a VP, that they think she'd be a perfect VP candidate with Trump. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's something that they, could foresee or they hope to foresee. They thought that would be a good way for Donald Trump to bring back some of those moderate voters if she was on the ticket. But really, that's kind of the path, is just not really knowing what's going to happen down the road from her. But that she is, she's young, and she has, for them, they think a very long political future in the Republican Party.
Jorge Ribas reporting for us live from Charleston. Well, we have a major race call now from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Minnesota. The Associated Press is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Minnesota's Republican primary. So let's go to James Homan with the Election Insights team for more. James.
It's my home state. Only 4% of the vote is in, but Donald Trump is winning handily. This is a state Nikki Haley had been optimistic about. Remember, in 2016, this was the single state that Marco Rubio won, and it was because he was able to put together a coalition that was very strong in sort of the suburbs. So you can see, here, this is sort of an exurb. Trump getting 3-1 over Haley. Nikki Haley campaigned over the weekend in Bloomington, which is in the south suburbs. We don't have votes there yet, but we know enough of the votes that are coming in from outstate. Trump is going to carry this. Now, Nikki Haley's getting 23%. That means she will get delegates. Minnesota is one of 4 states tonight where delegates are being awarded proportionally. And Haley's going to get delegates if Trump's probably going to end up with about twice as many delegates out of Minnesota. Again, still early, still waiting for those Minnesota suburb numbers. We can also say that Joe Biden has carried Minnesota. And the reason that's notable is Dean Phillips, the congressman who's challenging him, is from Minnesota. He's from basically the western suburbs of the Twin Cities. He's giving up his House seat to take on the president, and he's losing currently to Uncommitted. Still early. We can say Biden's going to carry the state, but Uncommitted's getting 14.6%. So that sort of brings up this interesting theme. Last week, Uncommitted got 13% in Michigan. There are 7 states today where Democrats had the option to vote Uncommitted. And there are a few states where the Uncommitted is basically getting in the low double digits. Among them, North Carolina, 11.5%. And it's fascinatingly, Lenny Bronner was noting that the precincts where Uncommitted is strongest are the precincts where Bernie Sanders was strongest. So, we can infer that some of this is potentially related to Gaza and frustration over the president's handling of Israel. Some of it might just be general frustration from the left with President Biden, perhaps feeling that he's too old. The states where Uncommitted is doing best tend to be the bluer states. So I mentioned North Carolina, but in Massachusetts, it's double digits, 10.7%. In Colorado, Uncommitted's at 7%. Biden winning handily, but finally, there's one county tonight so far where Biden didn't win, and it's because only 20 people voted. So here in the panhandle of Oklahoma, Dean Phillips won his first county. It's like when Mike Bloomberg won American Samoa in 2020. He won Cimarron County in the panhandle with 11 votes. Joe Biden only got 6 votes, but that's not going to be enough to stop the president from getting renominated for another term.
All right, thank you so much, James. Rhonda, let's talk more about these numbers that we're seeing from the Democrats and this question of this uncommitted, non-committal vote. It is an opportunity for folks to sort of lodge a protest vote at this point. And you have to be motivated enough to go to the polls or get involved in your state and then vote against the sitting president.
That's right. And I would assume that the Biden camp would look at the numbers and where they're coming from and possibly launch a little bit more mobilizing efforts in those areas where there are shares of folks who voted uncommitted. It is a protest vote. If someone is choosing to check that box, that means they mean it for whatever reasons they mean. So it is for the Biden campaign to look at these areas, see where that sentiment, that unhappiness against him is growing or has made some sort of mark mark. I think, but back to Minnesota being the last state we just called for Donald Trump, that is interesting because Haley that was one of the Super Tuesday states where she did visit, and she did try to very vigorously try to strike a divide between her campaign and the Trump campaign. And in fact, Dean Phillips, who James just mentioned, the congressman who is going for Democratic votes, he's from Minnesota, and he even floated the possibility that maybe he and Haley could join a unity ticket. She declined, however, but that was a state where she did try to put some resources in, and we see that it has just gone to Donald Trump.
You said that with a straight face, which is very impressive. That the unity ticket of Dean Phillips and Nikki Haley.
Anything can happen in this contest.
That is so true. Well, this is live coverage of Super Tuesday with the Washington Post. Thank you for watching. Voters in 15 states are deciding who should be the Republican nominee for president. So far, for Republicans, it is all Donald Trump. He's won 11 states so far: Minnesota, Maine, Massachusetts, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, and Arkansas. Vermont is too close to call at this hour. J.M. Rieger, what are you still watching tonight?
Can Nikki Haley win a state? Right? That's, and aside from that, I mean, can she pick up some semblance of delegates in some of these states where there's proportional allocation, right? If she can pick up some delegates, even if she can't win a state, if she can have sort of a sizable showing or a good showing in a state here or in a few counties there, then, maybe she can kind of make the case for this continuing. But, aside from that, and we've heard James already really go into great depth and detail talking about Haley's struggles in a number of counties tonight. If she can't do well in those states, this is similar to the issue that we saw in some of the earlier states, right? If she can't win in New Hampshire, for example, which at the time was thought to be her sort of best state in that sort of early swath of primary states, if she can't win there, where can she win? And if at this point the intention, the position for Nikki Haley is to sort of position herself either in terms of shaping the Republican Party in 2024, or whether it's to position herself for, another cabinet position or 2028 perhaps, it at a certain point, she risks sort of hurting herself in those areas, right? If she stays in this too long, there's a risk that Republican voters, that voters in general might start to question why she is still in the race, why we're sort of doing this dance, if you will, at this point, when she is underperforming in counties that she needs, that are really where her base of support is. And again, then this really gets back to just how dominating a performance this has been for Donald Trump, and how dominating this whole primary's been. And again, that goes back to how Trump is running as a quasi-incumbent here, and the advantages that come with incumbency, the familiarity that voters have with incumbent candidates cannot be understated here, and I think we just need to emphasize that for our viewers.
You're looking at Mar-a-Lago there on your screen, as well as J.M. Rieger. J.M., let's talk about Trump's ceiling, though, because there is a ceiling issue that he has faced, and he's facing in polls as voters, he just can't quite break past a dominance beyond the Republican primary vote. Let's talk about the ceiling that he could face in a general.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hit on a couple of points here for our viewers, Libby. One is that in the past two general elections, Trump has not gotten 47% of the popular vote. In the last 100 years plus, the only three presidents that have been successful who have gotten lower shares of the popular vote were Woodrow Wilson in 1912, Richard Nixon in 1968, and Bill Clinton in 1992. Each of them had significant third-party candidates on the ballot taking away votes. Now, you could argue that Trump faced that in 2016, but in 2020, that was very much a traditional two-party, two-man, two-person race. So that's one issue for Trump, which is how does he kind of get past that in a 2024 hypothetical matchup here. Another thing I want to point out, Libby, is what we have from some of our preliminary exit polling, which is whether voters would support Trump if he's whether they think he's fit to be president if he's convicted of a crime. And I'm just going to refer to my notes here just so I get these numbers right. Iowa, the Washington Post has been asking this question in each primary and Republican caucus so far of voters. In Iowa, the number of people who voted for Trump who said he would not be fit to be president if he was convicted of a crime was 10% in Iowa, 13% in New Hampshire, 12% in South Carolina. Tonight in North Carolina, it's around 8%, but that's a preliminary result at this point. But in each of those states, what you're seeing is there's a significant chunk who say that he would not be fit to be president if he were convicted of a crime, even though they voted for and are supporting Trump at the moment. Now, that does not mean that they would not vote for Trump in a general election in a hypothetical head-to-head against Biden. But it does suggest that there is a little bit of a cushion there in terms of Trump's support. So we've been talking about the liabilities that Biden faces going into this general election, but I think it's important to emphasize the potential liabilities that Trump faces, aside from what we are aware of in terms of, his inclination to go off script and whatnot. So wanted to highlight that for our viewers as well.
Yeah, important context to have. Thanks so much, JM. We hear that reality check, that pumping of the brakes, but now we'll go to a very different scene, Mar-a-Lago. That's where our Rich Matthews is right now. And Rich, there's no brakes being pumped there. It looks like a lot of enthusiasm, big crowd, very supportive of Donald Trump. Tell us what it's like.
Radio silence from Nikki Haley, not from Donald Trump. He is going to be speaking here in just a matter of minutes, if not seconds. We just saw his family arrive. Eric is here, Melania is here. We just saw his Margot Martin, who's one of his longest-serving aides, going all the way back to his time in the White House. And we see that Secret Service activity that I mentioned earlier. That is the sign that his appearance is imminent. So we do know that Donald Trump will come here and take the stage within just the next couple of minutes. And we have all been told to be ready. I'll give you another tip. The music just stopped. And also the White House press pool is over in the corner standing guard. So again, he should be coming in here in just a matter of seconds.
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. We will be standing by. In the meantime, though, I want to bring in Robin Gavon, the Washington Post senior critic at large. Robin, welcome. There's been this question of why is Nikki Haley, quote unquote, staying in this race? And of course, Robin, some of that is coming from Donald Trump and people who support Donald Trump. But you've been thinking about and writing about this question of why someone stays in a race, even if the outcome is starting to feel inevitable. What are you thinking about?
Well, I was thinking that obviously there's ego, there is, the refusal to give up on a dream, but I was also thinking about the voters and the idea and the power of the vote and what that means. And I think we all know that we go through presidential races where people are voting and they often feel like they're voting in something that is preordained. But it still means something. It still means that their voice is being heard. And even if they don't agree with the outcome, even if the outcome seems inevitable, they still were able to speak their mind through their vote. And I think in many ways, that's why, Nikki Haley has been able to rack up the votes that she has, because people have been using her presence as an opportunity to speak their mind.
You point out that there are certainly states, for example, if you're in a red state, but you still want to vote as a Democrat, you can still do that and make your voice heard. And of course, the opposite, if you live in a blue area and you still choose to vote for a conservative candidate. How have you been thinking about voting as sort of an act of democracy and also an act of being heard?
Well, and adding to that, I would say if you are a resident of the District of Columbia, you regularly vote for a representative to Congress who can't vote for legislation. So you see it in a lot of different instances. And I think in this case, Nikki Haley said something interesting after losing the South Carolina primary. which was that, this is not sort of a Soviet era election where there's one choice on the ballot. And I think at a moment when there are real questions about the stability of our democracy, that it is really important to remember not just who's on the ballot, but why we have this opportunity to vote and what it means, and also to think about the history that goes along with that and how difficult it was for so many Americans to even get the right to vote. And that was not just about winning or losing, it was about being able to be a full citizen and to be able to be respected and have a certain degree of dignity.
Robin, you think about the sort of feeling like the inevitable will happen, that a vote may not really make much of a difference, but how are you thinking about that feeling that someone might have compared to the actual reality of not exercising your vote or not even being allowed to vote? Because there is a difference, right?
Sure. And, I think when you are someone who, the example being, you're living in an overwhelmingly red state, but you might be a Democrat, or you're living in an overwhelmingly blue state and you might be a Republican, you pretty much know going into a presidential election that your vote is not going to be this tipping point. We all become frustrated when we start thinking that certain states kind of hold the future of, the White House in their hands. But we still go to the poll because we know that the popular vote sends a message. We know that oftentimes politicians will want to be able to claim a mandate, and being able to either bestow that mandate or withhold it is a way of sending a message. In Michigan, over 100,000 voters voted uncommitted as a way to send a message to President Biden and his handling of the Israeli war in Gaza. So we use that vote to say a lot of different things, a lot of powerful things that don't necessarily come down to who wins or loses, but how we want the candidate who does eventually win to go forward, what kind of information we want them to go forward with.
Robin Givhan, senior critic at large for the Washington Post. Thanks for staying up with us tonight, Robin. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Rhonda, we're seeing Americans across the country exercise their right to vote. 15 states, one territory. We see everything from caucus processes to people voting by mail to people turning out in person to vote. What are you going to be looking at as we sort of get the tallies? States like California, we won't know the results right away. As we get the tallies in the next couple of days, what will you be looking at in terms of just the sheer number of people who chose to turn out for a primary that in many ways does feel inevitable?
That's exactly what I'm going to be looking at, is the sheer number of people who are turning out. Is there a lack of enthusiasm that proves the polling right, where people just do not feel great about this general election? I think a lot of the things that Robin just shared with us, they're so fascinating because we've seen so many trends since the beginning of this primary season. We've seen voters assume that Trump will be the nominee. Of course, it appears he is in shape right now to be that nominee. But you also see the unhappiness associated with that. You see people doing protest votes instead of voting for a candidate. You've seen groups like No Labels rise out of this primary season, and that's a group that says that they could put forward a Democrat and a Republican together on one ticket. Of course, they have an uphill battle of trying to get ballot access on all 50 states' ballots. But you've seen so many new ideas and new thoughts of how to vote that this is really a fascinating time when you kind of zoom out and look at it. But the stakes are really high. And the fact that you have so many people who are unhappy, and you can only imagine that unhappiness will just continue to build since we're months away from the general. What are we going to do with that as a country? What are people going to do with that? Are they going to stay at home? Are they going to vote for candidates that are long shots? Think about back in 2016, how states like Pennsylvania and some of the Midwestern states, you had votes for Jill Stein, who was a Green Party candidate, and it's thought that had she not been in the race, Hillary Clinton might have been president, which would have changed everything, right? So it is interesting to sort of take a step back and look at voter trends right now. And also the campaigns really need to figure out what to do and how to reach people so that they do feel engaged about the process.
8 months till the general election. A lot can happen before then, of course. And also, Rhonda, not much can happen, right? We'll see if what we see tonight, what's taking shape, what coalesces, really is laying the trajectory for the next 8 months. Well, let's go back to James Hohmann because we're getting some more analysis, some more information to digest from exit polls. James, what are you learning?
This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. Not only is he so far running the table tonight, but he really is changing the way Republicans think. He's changing not the face of the Republican electorate, but their ideology. People have really bought into the idea that Joe Biden did not legitimately win the president in 2020. In 2 states where we commissioned exit polls, Virginia and North Carolina. In North Carolina, only 34% of Republican voters today, 1 in 3 voters, think that Joe Biden legitimately won the presidency. He did. Donald Trump winning 63% of those voters. But among the 60%, the 34% said Joe Biden legitimately won. Haley getting 63% of those voters. Among the 60% who say that Biden did not legitimately win, Trump is getting 9 in 10 votes. So it's just a reflection of how much that has really seeped in. But on the vein of how much Trump's changed the party, I want to show you an exit poll question about immigration. Remember 8 years ago, Marco Rubio narrowly lost Virginia. There was a widespread support inside the Republican Party for being the party of immigration. George W. Bush had tried to do comprehensive immigration reform. In our exit polls, we asked, should most undocumented immigrants in the U.S. be offered a chance to apply for legal status or be deported to the countries that they came from? Only 32% of Republican voters in Virginia said that they should be offered to have a chance to apply for legal status. Only 34%, similar numbers, in North Carolina. Basically, 6 in 10 of the Republican voters today support Trump's calls for mass deportations of undocumented immigrants, and that's Trump's base. 85% of those people in North Carolina supported Trump, 81% did in Virginia. This is a major sea change from 8 years ago, and it reflects the degree to which the Republican Party is Trump's party, not just at the top line with the results and the delegates, but really at the ideological level as well.
You know, James, how would you characterize then the Nikki Haley Republicans, or people who are voting not for Donald Trump? What is their sort of brand of republicanism?
Yeah, I'm glad, Libby, you asked that, and you've correctly kind of pointed out. It's wrong to describe Nikki Haley as a moderate. The traditional moderate conservative divide isn't the case. It's more kind of a conventional, I would say, Ronald Reagan Republican, George W. Bush Republican versus a Donald Trump Republican. Trump is much more skeptical of trade, immigration, U.S. international engagement, whether that's supporting Ukraine and NATO or projecting U.S. strength in the world. And Nikki Haley is really very much espousing what Mitt Romney campaigned on in 2012, what George W. Bush did in 2004 and 2000. And so Trump is, the MAGA movement is a repudiation of that brand of republicanism. It's not necessarily more conservative. It depends on what you define as conservative. And I think a lot of times that shorthand can be very misleading because in a lot of ways, Trump is frankly campaigning on ideas that are not at all conservative.
Thanks, James. You know, JM, I want to talk a little bit more about that with you and the question of endorsements and sort of who's come out and endorsed Trump, who was a little late to endorse him. Late, of course, it's still only March. There's miles to go. And then we saw a couple of senators endorse Nikki Haley in the last week.
Yeah, I mean, Trump has dominated the endorsements this cycle. It's similar to how he's dominated the primary. Endorsements have not been as important in terms of voters, in terms of necessarily swaying voters. You could argue that they've kind of decreased in importance in that sense. But endorsements are actually very important in terms of telling us who the ultimate nominee will be. It has traditionally been a predictor for who the nominee of the party will be, and Trump is dominating in that field as well. And to James's point about how this is Trump's Republican Party, we see after he wins these primary states, more endorsements flow in. That's one indication of that. These Republicans know that it is Trump's Republican Party. These Republicans know that Trump is on a glide path at this point to be the Republican nominee, the standard bearer, and they want to get on board with that. And to your point, Libby, about some Republicans we've seen come out in support of Nikki Haley in the case of Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, it's not entirely surprising, right? Those have been two Republicans in the Senate who have been more willing at times to break with their party, to work across the aisle on certain issues. And Lisa Murkowski suggested that she might not vote if it's Biden and Trump, that she wouldn't vote for either one in November. But this whole issue of endorsements and whatnot, this is all, to James's point, just folding into how this is really Trump's Republican Party, and Republicans are going to kind of try and get on board, get within his circle, and kind of work him, similar to what we saw in 2016 and after 2016.
Thanks, JM. You know, Rhonda, I want to go to you for more on some of the congressional races and some of the what the other things we're watching tonight are. But first, let's take the temperature of the Senate. You know, it is interesting to sort of see who's been later to the fold to endorse Trump, and those who've had the ability and autonomy to pull away, like Lisa Murkowski, who's not up for re-election anytime soon. She's certainly not supporting Joe Biden, as JM pointed out. But talk to us about how the Senate and the House are shaping up to really do Trump's bidding, by and large.
Very much so. The House in particular. And early on in the primary season, we saw most House GOP caucus members endorse Trump, which was not surprising at all. But we have seen sort of this slow creep of Republican senators figure out who they want to back. At first, when there were more people in the race, like Tim Scott, a lot of senators weren't trying to figure out who they would endorse. But now, as you mentioned, Murkowski and Collins have decided to put their support behind Haley. It might be a little too late for that. But, my calculation has been just watching, from a person who covers Capitol Hill, that a lot of senators are behind closed doors uneasy with Trump. I remember back during Trump's presidency being in the hallways of the Russell Senate building, and Trump would say something inflammatory, and a lot of senators would try to back away and say, well, I don't really agree with him, but that's his style. Well, it looks like they're going to have to return to that, because a lot of them have backed him. A lot of them feel that there is no other choice. They want to show party unity, but they are going to be back in a position where they're going to have to speak for him again. So that's something to watch from Capitol Hill. Again, the politics of the House GOP and the Senate Republicans, it's almost different planets at this point. But you have seen more senators come out and endorse Trump, including some of the leadership in the Senate Republican caucus.
And we're going to be seeing what happens in this race to replace Mitch McConnell.
That's
and
right.
How much they'll pivot to Trump or not.
Yeah. Exactly. And, there was talk last week when McConnell announced that he would be stepping down in November from the leadership role. The question was, how much did Trump have to do with this? Because we know McConnell and Trump have been increasingly at odds. And some of the ones who have already put their names in the hat have been people who support Trump or have endorsed him in this race. John Cornyn, John Barrasso. It remains to be seen how the Senate is going to handle him. But it's a really critical time, because you're also seeing on the Hill that one chamber can't do any work because the other chamber is dysfunctional. So when you throw Trump into that mix, and the fact that he is calling up House Republicans saying, don't vote on this, don't support it. We saw how he weighed into the battle for the Speaker after McCarthy was vacated out of that seat. You're seeing more and more Trump's presence, and it really had never left, honestly. But if he is now going to be the standard bearer moving on, and if he wins the presidency, you're going to see a White House and potentially, a Republican House just in lockstep together with each other. And I can't really imagine it at this point, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, we saw John Thune, who's the number 2 Senate Republican leader, endorse Donald Trump, and then that came right before, really, we heard the news that Mitch McConnell was choosing to step down from his leadership post.
Yeah.
So really unthinkable that John Thune could really make a run for that job if he hadn't endorsed Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Rhonda, let's talk about what else you're watching tonight in races that are not at the top of the ticket, not for president.
Yeah, there's a lot of down-ballot races. There, about 25% of House districts are in a primary tonight, so that's pretty significant. In fact, Texas and California have, between the two of them, have 90 congressional seats primary tonight. One state I am certainly watching is California, because in that race to fill the seat for Dianne Feinstein, you also have Adam Schiff's seat is up. That's kind of a safely Democratic district. It isn't thought that in November a Republican will win that, but you have Katie Porter's seat, which is a flip district, and Democrats are nervous that in whoever is a part of the matchup that comes out of tonight or tomorrow when California's results come in, is that a seat that's going to be a competitive one for Democrats? It is in Orange County, so it is Republican friendly. So that's one Democrats are probably worried about. There is also a Central Valley House district that really interesting things happening there, where you have Democrats who thought that they would be able to pick that seat up. It right now is being held by a Republican. However, two Democrats are primarying that seat, and they're kind of canceling each other's votes out, which might mean that that district could be a Republican district. And if anybody has watched any congressional news in the last 2 years, you see that every vote counts, every House district counts. So it's really going to be interesting to see where these matchups land, which races will be competitive going into November. Texas is also interesting as well. One very interesting point about Texas is Sheila Jackson Lee, who a lot of people know because she's been in the House for decades. She had an unsuccessful bid for Houston's mayor. She spent her time, her resources campaigning for that. Meanwhile, a former intern of hers from the Hill decides to challenge her for her congressional seat, and that has been a neck-and-neck race. So, you know, we have seen before where longtime House members have been primaried out of their seat. So we're still watching that race in Houston.
Wow. Well, we'll talk more about this as the night goes on. So far, let's turn to the presidential race. It is a clean sweep for former President Trump. He is expected to speak from Mar-a-Lago any minute now, so stay with us.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
Donald Trump cannot win a general election. We can make him the primary nominee if we want to, but we Republicans will lose come November.
I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud political dissident. I am a dissident.
He's gotten more unstable and unhinged. He spends more time in courtrooms than he does on the campaign trail. And everything is about him.
In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
This is live coverage of Super Tuesday with the Washington Post. Donald Trump continues his sprint toward a likely rematch with President Biden. Trump has won 11 states so far tonight. He's expected to speak from his resort at Mar-a-Lago any moment now. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you for being with us this evening. James Homan, let's go to you to recap what we are still watching for tonight and what we know so far.
Yeah, it's obviously been a very good night for Donald Trump. One race we have not called yet where the polls have been closed, they actually closed the earliest at 7 o'clock more than 3 hours ago, is Vermont. It's the least consequential state delegate-wise, but it is tight as a tick. 60% of the vote in, 149 votes separate Trump from Haley. And Ron DeSantis is playing sort of a Ralph Nader role of a potential spoiler. 734 people voting for DeSantis. It's keeping Trump below 50%. Vermont's a unique weird state, to put it candidly. And you can see Haley's doing well in the area around Burlington, this is the more populous area of the state. But she's also done well in small towns, and she's winning in the state capital. You can see we're still waiting for Montpelier proper, but in East Montpelier, she's up handily. So again, not that many delegates in play, but this is a race we have not been able to call yet. And actually, just as we're talking about it, 3% more of the votes came in. Nikki Haley just took the lead in Vermont. Too soon to call. This one's going to stay tight. We now are getting real delegate counts. A lot of the states that have been called earlier in the night, Trump's at 373 delegates. That number is going to go up more. A lot of the apportionment ends up coming down to congressional districts and whether he hits certain thresholds. There were 854 delegates up for grabs tonight in all the contests. Texas was the second biggest prize. Trump won it. The prize that is the biggest, even though you think of it as a blue state, is California. And the polls don't close there until 11 o'clock Eastern time, 169 delegates. And something that you can't talk about enough when it comes to figuring out who's going to win this nomination is that last year, when Nikki Haley was not registering as a top-tier candidate in the polls, the Trump campaign went and worked the room at the California Republican Party State Convention, and they changed the rules to essentially become winner take all. So assuming that Donald Trump is faring as well in the Golden State as everywhere else, he's going to end up getting those 169 delegates. And when you consider that the magic number to get the nomination is 1215, that's going to put him a lot of the way there. So we're still waiting for that shoe to drop, but Trump feeling comfortable enough that he's going to win in California, that he's going to go on stage at Mar-a-Lago before polls even close in the West Coast.
All right, James, thank you so much. James, I do have one bit of news to share with you. The Washington Post is reporting that entrepreneur Jason Palmer delivered the first upset of the night, James, to President Biden in American Samoa, where he is projected to win the Democratic primary. Does this mean anything? Him and Mike Bloomberg. Mike Bloomberg spent more than $1 billion and just ended up with American Samoa. This guy. Let's not say just. We just heard from Robin Gavon how every vote counts, James. Every vote counts. Yes. If I lived in American Samoa, I wouldn't be as engaged as I am with mainland politics and be enjoying the water. But no, I mean, it gets at this general sense of unease with Joe Biden. I don't think you can overread it. There will be delegates available from American Samoa, but Joe Biden is hitting 85–90% in all the major mainland contests tonight. But it is striking, it is notable, and it speaks to some kind of general unease. Maybe the Biden re-election campaign should have sent a staffer to go talk to the Samoans. There's still time. I do want to point out, it looks like Roger Stone has come into Mar-a-Lago there. Let's go to Rich Matthews, our reporter on the scene, for more about what's happening down at Mar-a-Lago. Rich?
Well, Melania Trump just came in. We'd seen her earlier briefly, but she did just come in and to take a seat. And we know that former President Trump will be speaking in just a matter of seconds. We can expect him to be triumphant, confident. We don't know if he's spoken to Nikki Haley. We don't know what her plans are. But, certainly expect him to declare a sweeping victory, even if he doesn't take Vermont. It has been a good night for Donald Trump. I want to set the scene just a little bit. It's an interesting location for him. Again, we've talked a lot about how Mar-a-Lago is really his home base. So because it's invited guests, he's actually going to do a long walk, not necessarily through the crowd, but along the crowd, from the back of the room all the way up the side to the very front of the room. Normally, partially just because of security, he doesn't do a lot on a rope line, but he is going to have a long walk, giving the crowd time to build enthusiasm. Some of the most die-hard Trump supporters are right along that rope line. We've seen them jumping up and down as Eric Trump came in, waving and cheering as Melania came in. And again, you know, it's been hurry up and wait, right? I know like probably 40 minutes ago now, we said that they told the still photographers to be ready. And then about 20 minutes ago, I said, hey, the Secret Service is out, the pool is here. Usually those are signs that things are going to begin immediately. I don't know what the holdup has been, but again, we were told to get ready as much as 45 minutes ago, and he still hasn't come in to speak. However, again, all signs are that it will be just about any moment now. Libby?
All right, Rich Matthews, thank you so much. I mean, Rhonda, obviously what Donald Trump is trying to do is like sort of build up this moment here. He's got a lot of wins on the board tonight, despite the question of how Vermont will ultimately go. This is really his moment, and he's going to bask in it. He's going to enjoy this moment, and he's going to try to show his dominance. You can see there are some other Trump family members coming in.
Yeah, it appears he's probably minutes away from coming out. But you're right, he appears to want to be that, you know, the TV producer that he was, trying to build the moment. He knows the cameras are on him. I'm interested to see if he is, what type of Trump are we getting tonight? Is he going to be the scripted Trump, who the people who are kind of on the fence about him in the Republican Party would feel more comfortable seeing him stick to a script? Is he going to outright proclaim his that he's received a victory tonight and that this is a mandate to go forward in the general election? I guess we will have to wait to see what type of Trump he is. But we have seen in the past contests when he comes out to speak, back in New Hampshire, he was really irked by the fact that Nikki Haley was in that race, and that certainly showed. But before that, in Iowa, he was giving more of a speech that was probably more in line with a typical candidate. But it's going to be interesting what shape we see him in. The last time we saw him, of course, had to deal with his court issues. So we're seeing Trump almost daily, but this is one of the first times we're seeing him respond to a primary election in a few weeks.
Yeah. We saw there, JM, just a moment ago, Eric Trump and his wife, Laura, of course, Laura Trump, a pivotal person right now, a player in terms of Republican politics. Tell us more.
Yeah, coming in after the South Carolina primary, the Republicans, Ron McDaniel, the chair of the Republican National Committee, stepped down. Laura Trump has now stepped into this kind of new, larger role there. And again, this gets back to kind of what we've been talking about as James and Rhonda have mentioned earlier in the show, which is how this is really Trump's Republican Party, how he changed, how Trump loyalists sort of changed some of the state rules in terms of how delegates are awarded. We've seen that in endorsements. We've seen that in officials sort of coalescing around Trump. And, you know, this is yet another indication of that. And you know, I think one thing that's important to note here, Libby, which is all these officials, this big gathering at Mar-a-Lago that we're seeing. We've talked about how after tonight, if Trump performs as well as he's been performing, continues to perform well, how, you know, Trump will have in some ways functionally locked up the nomination and may officially lock up the nomination before the end of the month, just in terms of the math. This in some ways feels like he is kind of stepping into that moment, if you will, right, with this big gathering, all these folks on hand at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, really key point, JM, that both you and Rhonda have made this, and Rich, this is like about the optics, this is this moment. Let's go back to James Hohman for more on what Donald Trump is trying to communicate tonight.
That it's his party.
Yeah.
That this is the Republican Party of Trump, that they're one and the same. You know, Laura Trump is going to become the co-chair of the RNC. Trump's taking control of the RNC. He's putting his own kind of person in charge. And it is a contrast from Super Tuesday 8 years ago, where, you know, Trump was in a lot of ways a novelty, and he was able to do well in the Deep South. But Ted Cruz won Texas and Oklahoma. Marco Rubio won Minnesota. Donald Trump, we'll see what happens in Vermont, but he's going to end up running the table, basically. And I think that that's what he wants to project, that it'll be interesting to see how much he mentions Nikki Haley. He said he's not going to talk about her anymore. We'll have to see in the next few minutes.
All right, James, we're seeing Donald Trump come into that ballroom there at Mar-a-Lago where his supporters are gathered. As we heard, Rhonda, from Rich Matthews, you know, he's got this walk to do. Some of his biggest fans and supporters are right there. Trump is not someone who like works the rope line in the way that maybe a younger, more typical politician might do. He uses his fame to sort of do that legwork for him, so to speak. They packed this ballroom tonight with supporters, and it is a very controlled environment. That's important to mention. Can you sort of tell us more about Mar-a-Lago and where he's doing this tonight?
Right, and we know this from the TV pool, the network pool camera operators, that they expected about 1,000 people to be in the crowd tonight. They set up about 300 chairs on the floor. Of course, this is where Trump resides most of the year. We've covered a lot of moments where he does addresses or speeches in a crowd at that location. He appears to be really taking this in. But again, we are in a primary race. These are folks who are obviously, you know, true supporters of his. And he's going to take this moment in. But again, this moment also comes when you have a lot of Haley supporters, you have a lot of Republicans who just aren't stomaching the idea of him being the general election nominee, even though it appears that the math is in his favor, or at least leading to his favor.
Yeah, we'll be listening to hear what Donald Trump says, what his demeanor is, how he chooses to deliver a message at this moment. Rhonda, we also listen for the truth in his words, or lack thereof. Right. He, in these speeches, as he's won primaries, has told lies, he's repeated falsehoods. They've really run the gamut. Everything from the accusations against him and the trials he faces, to Joe Biden's track record, to even whether or not he won the last election. He did not win the last presidential election. So that's all part of the package we get with Donald Trump. And the Republican voters are speaking across the country and saying that they want him to run again. They want to see him as their candidate come November.
Yeah, it's really stunning when you think, I was just looking at images and video from January 6th. It is stunning to think that we had that moment, and now you have a moment where he swept early in the night the majority of states so far. It really is stunning. You wonder, would America think we would be in this position tonight? And we are.
All right, let's listen to Donald Trump as he takes the stage.
And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring, because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said, the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in, airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona, because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out, it was It's unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders, into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders, and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world. And then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy, because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success. And that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent. And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I have been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before, and it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So This has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad, we appreciate it. But they're strong and they're very capable people, and they love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody at my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th, it's right around the corner, November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened. For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS 100%. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars, and we stopped wars. We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North Korea, which is a serious nuclear power, but North Korea came along. Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that, because COVID was such a horrible thing. It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, all over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was. They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like nobody, very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They gave us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. We did an amazing job, and we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was really, really something. But there's never been an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people that didn't know what they were doing, they took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem is." I say oftentimes, they asked Jesse James, "Jesse, why do you rob banks?" He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, that's where the problem is with the Taliban. And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban, a rough group. I say, don't ever shoot our soldiers again. Don't ever do it. Very interesting what happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers. And I let them know, I said, don't ever, ever let that happen. I said in a rather nasty fashion. We don't have to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan. And then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You know, you have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you couldn't think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes. And then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left. And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country, and it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we send them in. This is crazy. But they come into our country, we're going to stop them. We're going to close our borders. We're going to have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying. And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Donald Trump ramping up his victory speech here tonight on Super Tuesday. Here he is at Mar-a-Lago at his club in front of his fans. Let's go to James Hohmann to reflect on what we heard, James. A mix of campaign rhetoric, typical campaign stuff, but also some of the routine things we hear from Donald Trump. Tell us more.
Yeah, Libby, no mention of Nikki Haley. He says there at the end, it's a big night. Obviously, he is kind of running the table except for Vermont. But you did hear a lot of false claims. The 340,000 people being flown into the United States is not true. Millions of people have crossed the border in the past several months, but that's not the administration flying people in. You heard a lot of claims that you're going to hear from the former president in the coming months related to Afghanistan, also not true. Related to what the impact of his tax cuts were, not true. But you got a good sense of what his campaign message is going to be, which is that, basically, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? His argument is going to be, remember when I was president, things were great. And that is going to be his general election message. Clearly, he's trying to pivot to talk about the case against Biden rather than the case against Nikki Haley. And in that regard, he showed some message discipline by Trump standards.
All right, thanks so much, James. We'll talk more about that in just a moment, but I want to pivot now to California and go to Los Angeles, where our colleague Maeve Reston, national political reporter, joins us from the Avalon, an event venue in Hollywood where Adam Schiff is holding his watch party. Hi, Maeve. Thank you so much for joining us. So we're going to talk now about this race for the U.S. Senate seat formerly held by the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. So many high-profile Democrats jumped into this race, also Republican. Let's talk about how the race is shaping up. Tell us about it.
So we thought for all of last year almost that, under California's top two primary system, that these two of the most popular Democrats in the race, Adam Schiff and Katie Porter, the congresswoman from Orange County, would most likely advance to the general election. They were also running against Barbara Lee, who has been a huge hero to younger progressives here in California, also has a national following. But this race got really wild in the last few weeks because last October, Steve Garvey, a former baseball player from the 1970s and 80s who played for the Dodgers and the Padres, Adam Schiff and his allies started elevating Steve Garvey's profile on television ads, which is where these California races are fought, and ended up spending more than $11 million, basically signaling to Republican voters, hey, this guy's in the race, calling him too conservative for California, noting that he had voted for Donald Trump twice. And what that did was basically consolidate the Republican vote around Steve Garvey, and he shot up in the polls and basically did what Adam Schiff and his allies were hoping to do, which is it looks like he could potentially box Katie Porter out of the general election and have it end up being Adam Schiff against Steve Garvey. Katie Porter would be a much tougher opponent for Schiff in November, because obviously if it's just a one-on-one race, they would be splitting the Democratic vote. But also you would have a lot of independents who would potentially be drawn to Katie Porter's campaign. She is less associated than Schiff is with kind of taking on Trump, and so she could also attract some Republican support as well. And so that's what's happened here, and it's a really unpredictable night here in California.
I mean, Maeve, talk us through then just the mechanics of how this will work, like when the votes will come in. What are you listening for from Adam Schiff tonight? Yes, please. I mean, because Rhonda and I are going to go home at some point. I'm sorry, we're not staying all night. What do you expect here?
So I don't know whether or not we will have, real results tonight. We may know who is leading in early returns, but California is notoriously slow in counting ballots, and that's because all of the state's 22 million voters received a ballot in the mail, and you can postmark your ballot on election day, and they will still count it in these offices up until 7 days after the election. So if you remember, there are some races in past cycles where we were waiting 6 weeks for results in really close races. So we might have a scenario tonight where we know that Schiff and Garvey are leading, or that, Porter and Garvey are in a very close race, but many, many, many ballots will not be counted or in tonight. And so it could be a very long time. In terms of what we're going to be hearing tonight, Adam Schiff has basically run his race the last couple of weeks as though he's not even running against his Democratic colleagues anymore. He's kept his focus this entire time on how he was the guy who took the fight to Donald Trump in the first impeachment trial, which he managed. He was handpicked by Nancy Pelosi to do that. And then he's kind of gone after Garvey, suggesting that, that he would be an acolyte of Trump. We really don't know that much about Steve Garvey. He barely campaigned at all. It's been a total bunker campaign. He showed up for some of the, he showed up for the televised debates, but gave these very vague answers with lots of baseball puns about where he stood on the issues. And so it's just this sort of incredible scenario where, if we end up with a race between Schiff and Garvey, I don't think that the state's voters really know what they're going to get from Garvey.
Just incredible. Maeve Reston, national politics reporter, thank you so much. Hope you get some sleep tonight, and we'll keep reading your reporting in the days to come. Well, we have a major race call from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Vermont, and the Associated Press is projecting that former UN ambassador and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley will win Vermont's Republican primary. Let's go to James Homan and the Election Insights team. Okay, James, Nikki Haley has a win tonight. How significant is this?
It is significant. Delegate-wise, not a big deal, but it prevents a total shutout for Haley, and it says a lot about her coalition. Essentially, she's edging out Trump just under 50%. We feel comfortable calling this race, even though only 83% of the votes have been counted, because we still haven't gotten votes from Montpelier, the state capital, where she should be strong. And you can see Nikki Haley in gold doing really well. Basically, to understand how she's doing, she has cobbled together the Marco Rubio and the John Kasich coalition of 2016. In 2016, Donald Trump carried Vermont with 39%, and Marco Rubio got 30%, and John Kasich got 19%. Nikki Haley getting 49%. So she is winning among highly educated white voters, the kind of people who got her to 40+% in New Hampshire. That said, winning Republican primaries in Vermont and Washington, D.C. does not a GOP nominee make.
But no slight, right, James, to the people of Vermont.
No slight to the people of Vermont.
DC.
Every vote counts. This is meaningful, and might give Nikki Haley just the kind of rationale she needs to hang in there for several more weeks, where there will be other states where she might be able to get into the 40s and accumulate some delegates that maybe will give her some degree of leverage if she wants to stick around until the Republican convention in Milwaukee.
All right, thanks, James. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who is in South Carolina. That is where Nikki Haley is tonight. But, Jorge, very different optics than what we saw at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump. No Nikki Haley watch party tonight, no public event or statements. She is, however, a winner in Vermont. Let's talk about how significant this is for her campaign.
Yeah, Libby. So, it's not... If she was going to do well in one state, Vermont seemed a likely candidate. She did well in New Hampshire, and I know New Hampshires don't like to be compared to Vermont and vice versa, but it's a state where she did well, where she could have done well, and it apparently so tonight. It's a big win for her. But like James said, it doesn't, her winning in Vermont, her winning in D.C. does not make her, does not equal to a win overall, but it is significant for her campaign. And if they're watching, and I'm sure her and her team are watching, it's a big deal that she did not get swept tonight. And again, like I said earlier, we're not expecting her to speak tonight, and we haven't heard as much either. But right now, I'm sure that they're assessing what to do next, where to go from here, and in the meantime, just kind of taking this win and seeing where they can go from here in the future.
Yeah, to quote James Hohman from earlier in the night, finishing second place is being first loser. Not words I want for like my kids' softball team, but it's certainly true in politics. Let's talk about what we might see from Nikki Haley going forward. What will you be watching, Jorge, in terms of her calculations and what she could go on to do from here?
Right. It just depends if she puts events on the calendar again, right? If she did that the last couple of weeks in these Super Tuesday states, going to Virginia, to Texas, North Carolina. And so we see her put events on the calendar for Georgia, Louisiana, other states that are coming up, she's still going to be out there campaigning. That means that she's still going. But until we start seeing that, until we start seeing from her campaign what they're doing, we don't really know. Like I said, we don't expect her to speak tonight. She may speak at some point in the near future, but until we start seeing what they're planning and whether she's going to keep going campaigning, a lot of her supporters hope they do. A lot of the ones that I talked to at all of these events leading up to tonight want her to keep going, but we still don't know and won't know until we start seeing that calendar, until we start knowing what her team is thinking about moving forward.
All right. Jorge Ribas, thank you so much for reporting live from Charleston. Let's go from quiet Charleston to rowdy Mar-a-Lago and Rich Matthews. He's been there throughout the night. You heard Trump's victory speech in person there. What were the headlines to you, Rich?
Libby, what jumps out to me is this wasn't a speech about Super Tuesday. A lot of times after a convincing win, Donald Trump, frankly, likes to brag about it, boast about it, rub it in a little, and he didn't do that at all. This was a speech about November, about the general election. By my casual account, he mentioned Joe Biden by name 3 or 4 times. He never mentioned Nikki Haley once. At least in his mind, in the campaign's mind, Nikki Haley, is a thing of the past, and he is now focusing solely on Joe Biden. He called Biden the worst president in the history of the country. That's not something new. We've heard that before, but he jumped right into that. From there, he went right to the border. Obviously, not only one of the biggest issues in the campaign this fall, it is a feather in Donald Trump's cap. It's something that his supporters feel very confident in him about, and even people who are not Trump supporters feel like Donald Trump has handled the border well and Joe Biden hasn't. So it's a point that we're going to hear from him over and over and over. He also, of course, talked about us, the press, right? Again, another thing we hear a lot. He said that we need a free press in order to have free elections. And as we mentioned, another thing that's unique to this speech from other Donald Trump speeches, at least ones that I've seen, he had a very long, slow walk, not through the crowd, but along the crowd to the podium. As I heard you mention, Libby, seemed like he was taking it in. Now, he didn't work the rope line with traditional handshakes, and he didn't hold any babies, but he certainly spent more time getting the stage than I've ever seen him do before, waving, smiling, stopping, pointing at people. He usually only does that from the protection or safety of the stage, if you will. But again, the tight security and the invited guest list here at Mar-a-Lago gave him the ability to spend a little more time with the crowd. And the last note I want to say, you know, we just heard Jorge talk about how Nikki Haley has absolutely nothing on the calendar, right? We can read into that what we want, but she has not announced any future campaign events. Not true for Donald Trump. While we were all here tonight, his campaign put out a press release saying that he will be on the trail this weekend in Georgia. Libby?
J.M. Rieger, let's talk about the latest results to come in, namely that Nikki Haley has won a state tonight. She has won Vermont. We've been talking with James about some of the more granular detail about what Vermonters, you know, where Vermonters went for her. But what does it mean for her to get a victory tonight?
We came into tonight talking about how Nikki Haley needed to focus on momentum and math. From a math standpoint, as James pointed out, this really doesn't do much for her. From a momentum standpoint, there's a chance that she can kind of use this to continue this campaign on. And as Dylan pointed out much earlier in the night here, you know, as long as there's money there, in theory, Haley's could extend this campaign and continue to be a thorn in Trump's side. You know, Rich and James both aptly pointed out how Trump did not even reference Haley tonight, obviously trying to look ahead to the general election. But, you know, as long as Haley stays in this race, she has the potential to stay in the news and bring up issues and kind of try and press Trump and the Republican Party. Obviously, the risk for her is that she continues to potentially lose sway and could inversely almost sort of hurt herself in a future, say, 2028 campaign. So the Vermont win is a big deal if for no other reason it prevents Trump from a complete sweep tonight, as James pointed out. But from a what comes next standpoint, as Jorge was talking about, you know, I think the Haley campaign is probably doing a lot of thinking tonight about what comes next for them.
Yeah, thanks, Rhonda. You know, not a big surprise though for the Haley camp. This is not like it's blindsided them. So you know they must have been making these calculations and thinking about where do they go from here at this point moving forward.
Which is likely why she didn't have a splashy watch party, especially in one of the states where she did well, like Vermont, or some of the other states where she did pick up some delegates, even though she didn't win. But the next, I would say, 72 hours are very crucial right now for Nikki Haley's campaign, as well as the Republican Party as a whole, right? She represents that candidate on the Republican side who's an alternative to Donald Trump. Right now, as we saw in the former president's comments, he believes this is a two-man race right now, that it's just him up against Biden. Biden is also looking at things that way as well. I noticed that his campaign sent out a statement about 5 minutes into Trump's speech. I don't know if they timed it that way, but it did come tonight. And that's not always typical that the sitting president would remark on a presidential primary for another party. In that statement, which is a few paragraphs long, he ends it by saying to every Democrat, Republican, and independent who believes in a free and fair America, this is our moment, this is our fight, together we will win. So he's talking to everybody at this point, right? He's talking to Haley voters. He's talking to Republicans who are not interested in voting. He's talking to his own base, which we've talked about the uncommitted issue in some of these states, that he needs to win over some of his own members of his own party. So it seems as if President Biden, former President Trump are going after each other, not necessarily Haley, but we're all waiting to see what Haley does with this. She does seem to have some appeal to some voters. We'll see where that takes her.
And Rhonda, I think part of the question too is Haley like a Rorschach test for people? If you're moderate, do you vote for Haley? If you're sick of Trump, do you vote for Haley? If you're just sick of the system or sick of whatever your yays or your nays are, do you pivot to Haley? And she sort of left herself open to be interpreted in some general ways. So questions you must be asking yourself: how long does she stay in? And then does she endorse Donald Trump?
That's right. That's a really good point, because there are gradients of the Haley voter, right, that we can probably figure out. They're the people who just definitely don't want to vote for Trump at all. There are also people that may be independent-minded and may have voted for Biden once and now in the open primary states decided to vote for her. She represents so many different things, which could be one of the reasons why, since the start of her campaign, she's sort of been audience tuning, right? Like at the beginning, we weren't quite sure where she was going to fall on the abortion issue. There were other issues. We just have been waiting for her to say how she stands. She didn't come out swinging at Trump early on, and a lot of people said, hey, why don't you do that to make sure there's a distinction between the two of you? So it seems like her campaign has always tried to figure things out as they move along. We'll see what they're trying to figure out in the next few days. But you're right, there are so many gradients to the type of voter who is attracted to Haley. Most of it, you can imagine, are people who just don't want Donald Trump and another 4 years of Donald Trump.
James Hohmann, let's go to you as we look at the board behind you and think about how the delegate count is racking up, because ultimately at the end of the day, as you reminded us, it is about the delegate count as well as a feeling of sort of momentum and trajectory tonight. Yeah, so 854 delegates available today. This is the biggest election day of the year in terms of just the number of people voting before the general election. Trump has more than doubled the number of delegates that he has locked down. This number will continue to rise tonight as more votes get counted. So the magic number is 1,215. Even assuming Trump sweeps California, which is expected, he's not going to get really anywhere close to 1,215 tonight. But he could get there a week from tonight. Let's look at those primaries. The upcoming contests next Tuesday: Georgia, Hawaii, Mississippi, Washington State. Now, some of these could be good-ish for Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley should do well in the Atlanta suburbs. She could do well in Hawaii, where there's a high college-educated population. Washington State tends to be sort of a moderate Republican in the Seattle suburbs. If Trump doesn't win on March 12th, he could then clinch the following week on March 19th, where the electorate is sort of going to be more favorable to him. Trump should do well in Arizona, even though Republicans obviously have been struggling in recent general elections. Florida, his now adopted state. Illinois and Ohio should sort of be Trump-friendly. Haley obviously could do fairly well in Illinois because of its high college-educated population. Interestingly, Democrats also having their primaries play out, because Democrats award their delegates proportionally in every state and Republicans award their delegates winner take all. The earliest President Biden could technically become the presumptive Democratic nominee is actually March 19th. So we could have a scenario where Trump becomes the presumptive nominee despite Haley's win in Vermont next week, and then it takes another week for Biden to lock down his party's nomination. All right, James, thank you so much. And I'm sure you're also asking yourself, James, where Nikki Haley goes from this, and will she ultimately endorse Trump? Yeah, and I'm talking about the next 2 weeks, but the calendar does go on. There's big primaries on April 2nd, and Pennsylvania, major state, not until April 23rd. So if you're the Haley campaign, if you're the high command, you're Betsy Ankney, the campaign manager, sitting in Charleston with your candidate tonight, talking about the path ahead, is Trump likely to be the nominee? Of course. But are there some states where you really could try to make inroads with Republicans? Yes, there are. Are you going to be able to keep raising money? Probably. There are a lot of donors who aren't ready to get on board the Trump train. But to what end? What is it that you ultimately want? Is it to be able to make some demands at the convention? Is it to lay the groundwork to run in 2028?
what does Haley want? And the answer is we don't know. That's up to her and her team. But there are primaries that you could rationalize and justify sticking around to compete in. And April 23rd is 6 weeks away. That would be 6 weeks where she could be camped out in places like Pennsylvania.
All right, thank you so much, James. Let's go to J.M. Rieger for your final thoughts tonight, J.M., as we wrap things up.
We came into tonight, Libby, with the potential of this becoming functionally a two-person race, and that's what we got. We now have a functional two-person race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. No, Donald Trump has not officially locked up the Republican nomination yet, but the way that he has performed tonight, he has functionally locked up the nomination at this point, barring some crazy event in those future primaries that James was just walking through. What's especially notable about that, Libby, is that these are two historically unpopular candidates in Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out in the weeks and months ahead. Thanks so much, J.M. Rhonda, to you.
Well, we're all looking to see what Nikki Haley does next. What's that next move? But I'm even thinking a little bit more deeper on this, especially the effect on down-ballot primary races. As James mentioned, the list is going on for the rest of the spring and kind of early warm months in the summer of primary states. There are big ones, too. And when you think about the control of the Senate or the control of the House, there are some major primaries. Ohio has a pretty big Senate primary coming up. Arizona, Montana, those are the ones we're going to be watching when we're talking about control of Capitol Hill. If Haley drops out, is there going to be an enthusiasm problem where voters in those states who won't show up or don't think they need to show up if Trump is going to be the nominee, will they be voting or participating in some of these other primary ballots? So I am looking at the effect Haley might have dropping out might have on some of the down ballot races that are pretty important.
And who's motivated to ultimately come out in essentially a contest that doesn't have any competitors. Well, thank you so much, Rhonda. A dominant showing tonight for former President Trump and for President Biden. Trump swept every state except for Vermont, which went for Nikki Haley. Joe Biden won everything except American Samoa. Well, millions of voters across 15 states brought Biden and Trump closer to officially securing their respective nominations. No word from Haley tonight, Trump's only remaining challenger. Coming up, Georgia, Washington, Mississippi, Hawaii hold their Republican primaries next Tuesday. That's the soonest, as we heard from James earlier, that Trump could secure the nomination in terms of the delegate count, and Biden could lock it up the following week if everything goes according to his team's plan. We'll bring you the latest updates as the races evolve, and we will be back here on Thursday night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, for the State of the Union address. Thanks so much for watching live Super Tuesday coverage with the Washington Post. We'll leave it there. Have a good night.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.